lenses does and how those shots are going to look with each of the lenses. GoPro also makes the HP ND filters, but I'm not going to talk about those in this video because they're just a little different. They're not actually a lens, they're more of a filter, whereas these actually change the overall look of your shots. The footage that you're going to capture with your Hero 13 is going to look a lot different, whether you're using that anamorphic lens, which is shown here, or if you've got your ultra wide lens mod on there for an ultra wide angle, or you have this macro lens. As you can see, those three shots of the same subject look a lot different. First, let's check out the ultra wide lens mod, because I think that's the most universal lens that most of you guys will want to use, because the Hero 13 is an action cam, and this lens really caters to those action cam style shots. The ultra wide lens mod is this super wide angle lens, so it's wider angle than the traditional lens that's here on your camera. One of the biggest benefits of using this lens is you're going to get a wider field of view, and you've also got really good horizon leveling. So you can record a super wide angle shot and still have horizon leveling. Whereas when you use the regular lens on the Hero 13, you have to use a tighter lens to get that full horizon lock. Whereas this ultra wide lens mod, you can go super wide, and you've also got really good horizon leveling. So you can record a super wide angle shot and still have horizon leveling. Whereas when you use the regular lens on the Hero 13, you have to use a tighter lens to get that full horizon lock. Whereas this ultra wide lens mod, you can go super wide, so you get those really wide perspectives. Say you're running through a forest or you're riding your bike and you want to see everything that's close to you. You can still have that horizon lock, which looks really cool and makes it look really cinematic. It also has great stabilization. So this is a really good kind of action lens. If you want to get out there and make your scenes look faster, like if you're running, it's going to make your shots look faster because of that ultra wide perspective. One of the downsides is even though it's waterproof, you don't want to use it in the water. Water drops don't come off that lens very easy. And also the shots underwater will not be in focus because of that curvature of the lens. So if you are planning on filming a lot underwater, that's not going to be a good lens for you. But if you are filming on top of the water and you can keep those water drops off of there, you can get that extra wide perspective using the ultra wide lens mod. The next lens that I want to show you is definitely not the most popular one, but it does have some really cool cinematic looks, and that's the anamorphic lens mod. You'll see this cool little shape, it's on the camera here, and what that does is it creates some really cool light flares. If you have your camera pointed towards the sun, it's going to create the cinematic light effect. It also records in a 21:9 aspect ratio, so when you put this lens on here, it's going to give you that super wide screen, like a movie type aspect ratio. So most people don't like to film in that, but the settings on the camera when you have this lens installed is a 21:9 aspect ratio. So if you want to make a movie that looks like a cinematic movie that's going to be in a theater, for example, you can use this lens and it's going to come out of the camera straight with that aspect ratio. However, if you're going to use it for any other shots, you're going to want to de-squeeze it and make it fit to a 16:9 widescreen aspect ratio at least. Now, because you get those lens flare effects, sometimes the stabilization will make those kind of move, whereas you wouldn't want them to move. So you might want to record it more on stationary shots. To get those lens flares, it needs to be pointing towards the sun. So it's only going to really work in like golden macro lens on it. A macro lens allows you to focus much closer to your subject. And what's really cool about this lens is it actually has a focus ring on it. So you can change the focus from super close, say you're about this close to your subject, to infinity. So if you want to film far off subjects, you can also do that. It just takes you actually rotating the dial to change the focus. Subject, for example, underwater, that's not going to be a good lens. Let's check out the ultra wide lens mod, because I think that's the most universal lens that most of you guys will want to use, because the Hero 13 is an action cam, and this lens really caters to those action cam style shots. The ultra wide lens mod is this super wide angle lens, so it's wider angle than the traditional lens that's here on your camera. One of the biggest benefits of using this lens is you're going to get a wider field of view, and you've also got really good horizon leveling. So you can record a super wide angle shot and still have horizon leveling. Whereas when you use the regular lens on the Hero 13, lenses does and how those use a tighter lens to get that full horizon lock. Whereas this ultra wide lens mod, you can go super wide, so you get those really wide perspectives. Say you're running through a forest or you're riding your bike and you want to see everything that's close to you. You can still have that horizon lock, which looks really cool and makes it look really cinematic. It also has great stabilization. So this is a really good kind of action lens. If you want to get out there and make your scenes look faster, like if you're running, it's going to make your shots look faster because of that ultra wide perspective. One of the downsides is even though it's waterproof, you don't want to use it in the water. Water drops don't come off that lens very easy. And also the shots underwater will not be in focus because of that curvature of the lens. So if you are planning on filming a lot underwater, that's not going to be a good lens for you. But if you are filming on top of the water and you can keep those water drops off of there, you can get that extra wide perspective using the ultra wide lens mod. The next lens that I want to show you is definitely not the most popular one, but it does have some really cool cinematic looks, and that's the anamorphic lens mod. You'll see this cool little shape, it's on the camera here, and what that does is it creates some really cool light flares. If you have your camera pointed towards the sun, it's going to create the cinematic light effect. It also records in a 21:9 aspect ratio, so when you put this lens on here, it's going to give you that super wide screen, like a movie type aspect ratio. So most people don't like to film in that, but the settings on the camera when you have this lens installed is a 21:9 aspect ratio. So if you want to make a movie that looks like a cinematic movie that's going to be in a theater, for example, you can use this lens and it's going to come out of the camera straight with that aspect ratio. However, if you're going to use it for any other shots, you're going to want to de-squeeze it and make it fit to a 16:9 widescreen aspect ratio at least. Now, because you get those lens flare effects, sometimes the stabilization will make those kind of move, whereas you wouldn't want them to move. So you might want to record it more on stationary shots. To get those lens flares, it needs to be pointing towards the sun. So it's only going to really work in like golden hour when that light's low. It's kind of a tricky lens to use, but you can definitely get some unique shots with it. For most people, it's probably not going to be the most useful lens because of that 21:9 aspect ratio, and because it's really just more of a cinematic shot. It's going to give you more of that movie style look, but not everybody's really going for that because, you know, on YouTube mostly it's widescreen or vertical videos for Instagram, for example. And the third lens that I want to show you guys is the macro lens. This is the GoPro Hero 13 with a macro lens on it. A macro lens allows you to focus much closer to your subject. And what's really cool about this lens is it actually has a focus ring on it. So you can change the focus from super close, say you're about this close to your subject, to infinity. So if you want to film far off subjects, you can also do that. It just takes you actually rotating the dial to change the focus. So it's a little bit hard to see on the screen what's in focus, but they do have some settings you can use that's going to show you on the screen what is in focus. It's going to help you like dial that ring to get just the right focus for your shots. The main reason I really love this lens though is because it's going to make your shots look different than your other GoPro shots. When the lens is close to your subject, for example, you can focus there and you're gonna have a blurred out background. Whereas with all the other shots on Hero 13, everything in the distance is in focus, but the things super close are not gonna be in focus. So it's great. It's easy to film with your regular lens because everything is in focus. But this one just gives you that little artistic flair. You can focus up close on a tree stump, for example, and in this shot, the ocean's blurred in the background. And then you can actually change that focus to bring something else into focus that's in the distance. The macro lens is actually much more cinematic than you would think. And it's not even just for filming close-ups of flowers. It's a really cool shot to be able to change the focus on a GoPro. And the video quality on the Hero 13 is amazing. So to be able to get that change of focus is really one of my favorite features of this macro lens. The only drawback I really find with the macro lens is that you have to focus on this back screen. And sometimes that screen can be hard to see, especially in bright light. You kind of get to know where the focus range is going to be with this lens, but it can be a little bit tricky to use in that scenario. And if you guys are still learning about the Hero 13 and all of the different lenses and the features of this camera, I have a great book that's got everything you need to know about the Hero 13 for creating amazing content. I've really put my heart and soul into making this helpful for you guys, and that's why I put all of my energy into it so that you guys can really get all the tips and tricks you need to create that amazing content. So check that out in the link below, and I know you'll find it really helpful. As far as cost goes, all of these lenses are kind of pricey. If you are a GoPro subscriber, you get a discount, but you know, they're gonna cost you at least $100 for any of these lenses. I hope you guys found that really helpful, and if you wanna see more videos about your Hero 13 and other action cameras, be sure to subscribe to my channel, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the next video. Have fun out there GoProing.
some point when someone on the other side does something terrible. Because I think that's really where this is going. I mean, as you can see, the flag campaign is still going very strong. It's being called contentious by the mayor of Manchester, Greater Manchester.
What a surprise.
Which is great. And then, of course, we have this video of the two sisters going around. The one
we saw this yesterday.
With the knife and the axe being
Skyrim.
the younger one who the older sister is trying to protect from an immigrant who is filming and harassing her. Now, Basil here is right to point out, you hear the fear in their voices.
Well, I love and the thing is, what I found to be so funny about this is that the cops tried to turn this into the girls were harassing the immigrant. Now, I don't know about you, but if somebody yells at me and tells me to leave and they pull out an axe and a knife, I'm going to turn around and leave. Like so why is he even there? Doesn't that sound interesting? Like, yeah, wouldn't you just immediately get the fuck out of there? Quickly. Mass deportations are coming. This yesterday.
The older sister.
No, we can do so much better as residents of Minneapolis, the public. Everybody wants to help. Some people don't. No, we can do so much better as residents of Minneapolis, the public. Everybody wants to help. Some people don't know quite how to help, but just be supportive.
Stop voting for people that don't want to treat these people like nutballs. That's how you help. Stop letting your empathy get people killed. If you want to help, that's how you help.
You know,
that's the reason.
The age of this person is something that comes into question for me. 21, 23 years old. And I'm just wondering, can the parents be held accountable for anything that happened here? Or is the age, since this person was over the age of 18, can they not be held accountable?
I don't think they really can, but they... Like, I think that society should hold them morally accountable, but, like, legally, I don't think it's really possible that you can hold them accountable. Like, the person's 22, 23 years old. I mean, you obviously raised a lunatic. I think
for anything that happened here, something that comes into question for me, 21, 23 years old. And I'm just wondering, can the parents be held accountable for anything that happened here? Or is the age, since this person was over the age of 18, can they not be held accountable?
I don't think they really can, but they... Like, I think that society should hold them morally accountable, but, like, legally, I don't think it's really possible that you can hold them accountable. Like, the person's 22, 23 years old. I mean, you obviously raised a lunatic. I think that you probably knew that you had a lunatic on your hands, and you didn't report it, you didn't say anything. Like, what do you think the probability is that the parents thought that their kid was actually of sound mind? Probably 0%, right? And so, like, at a certain point, yeah, obviously you should have reported this, but, like, what can you really do about it? It's kind of hard to say.
I think, again, you know, the facts will come out through the intense investigation by federal, state, local, law enforcement. But it appears from what the Minneapolis police chief said that the guns were purchased illegally, not through a straw buyer, not something like that. But they're going to look at all those things.
Yeah, I think so too.
The fact of the matter is this suspect, if he was age 22, 23, is a legal adult here in Minnesota, in this country. And you know, it's just tragic how this came to this. I'm sure they're going to find mental health issues. They're going to find, patterns of behavior that weren't quite right. The question is, who did what when they learned about it? Who did they talk to? Who did they report it to? I saw, like many of you, his manifesto posted online yesterday afternoon. You watched that, 11 minutes of it, like I saw, and you'll go, something is definitely wrong here. We can do so much better.
And to that point, Rich, Melania Trump speaking out following yesterday's horrific event, saying there needs to be some kind of preemptive intervention. And She's
Yep.
referring in large part to the
finally.
mental health aspect
Thank
of
God.
this.
Yes.
I'd like to focus on the law enforcement. I was listening to Trace Gallagher's show, and he had an individual.
Oh, great. We have a bunch of Karens standing around holding out candles so they can feel good about themselves while they continue to vote for politicians and policies that allow this stuff to continue to happen. But the important thing is that they feel good about doing it. Thank God.
Aaron Cohen on saying he's starting a program that basically has AI scouring the web for any possible warning signs. Would that help find and stop a potential killer like this well before they even think about doing something as horrific as this?
Well, law enforcement will tell you, the FBI will tell you that mental illness is a factor in many of these people who act out like this, and it's not the first time.
It's
this
obvious.
Suspected shooter was not
Talking
shy
about Minority Report? No, it's not Minority Report. Like, whenever somebody says, I'm going to shoot up a school, or if anybody tells me that I can't be who I want to be, I'm going to kill them, you just go to their house and conversation with AI. You should help AI identify people that you then make a decision on a personal level. Duh. Of course.
I'm sure they're going to find a long trail of information about him and his motives. And again, why didn't somebody intervene? Why didn't somebody say something?
Because they're afraid of the chilling effect of saying that a trans person has any sort of mental problems. That's the reason why. And you can look at even, for example, because they're afraid of the chilling effect of saying that a trans person has any sort of mental problems. That's the reason why. And you can look at even, for example, that person in Battlefield 6 that was suspected of cheating, and everybody who was calling them out for cheating was being accused of being transphobic. That's the reason why you don't have anybody calling this out and saying anything about it.
We always find out afterwards. We do it kind of autopsy without blame, going back to an investigation to figure out why it happened, how it happened, who knew, and what can we do to do better. Lessons learned. But it doesn't change the fact that these 2 young kids are dead, 17 others wounded. This community is in mourning. I was born and raised in this community. I spent 40 years as a police officer in the city of Minneapolis and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. My colleagues who were at the scene, again, horrific and ghastly. No easy way to describe it.
And you, like Ashley said, we pray for the families, but
yeah, it's nuts.
You know, to this point about AI, there have to be some breadcrumbs that AI.
It's not breadcrumbs. They're leaving out the entire loaf, and then the government just says, "I don't know where it is." Like, these are people who are openly making calls to violence constantly on social media platforms. Are you really telling me that you can't figure out who's doing this? What the fuck are we doing? Are you telling me that Destiny can find Ethan Klein's 15-year-old Reddit account to embarrass him over an internet beef, but the FBI can't figure out who's making threats right now? What the fuck is going on? Really?
Work with law enforcement to find.
We've got technology coming out.
Think
of
about
internet,
this.
Everything else. I don't know why we can't do it with that.
Rich Stanek, thanks for your time.
You know, the technology is one part.
Oh my God,
folks, but you've also got to have
they're lazy
in place.
I don't know what
to
they
do
are
with it, something to react.
There has to
to
100%.
what you
People
find.
have to be brought
that's
to.
the problem. It's an expensive proposition.
Well,
And
we're wasting
takes a lot of
millions
money.
of dollars or millions of dollars whenever they're needing, you know, for all these politicians who need all of this money for their elections and their campaigns.
yeah.
If we can garner up hundreds of millions of dollars for campaigns, for politicians, we can get money to get armed guards and to get what we need to protect these kids.
It's all that matters. Rich
No,
Stanek,
it's more important. No, it's more important that instead of having armed guards for schools, we have to reaffirm somebody's gender identity. No, that's what really matters the most, is you should focus on the gender identity instead. That's what really matters, guys. It's absolutely fucking insane. But I'll watch one more thing about this, and I want to move on to another topic, obviously, because there's other things I want to look at.
And reactions are pouring into yesterday's school shooting, and as usual, some people out there using the opportunity to play politics.
Of course.
Former Biden press secretary Jen Psaki spinning this tragedy into an attack on President Trump's crime crackdown in Washington, D.C. Peter Ducey joining us live at the White House with more on this. Hi, Peter.
Bill, good morning. Jen Psaki did not wait for any information at all about the shooter or about the motive before she
No
took
wonder this dumb bitch got her show canceled.
to X to post the following. Prayer is not freaking enough. Prayers do not end school shootings. Prayers do not make parents feel safe sending their kids to school. Prayer does not bring these kids back. Enough with the thoughts and prayers. And then, when kids are getting shot in their pews at a Catholic school mass, and your crime plan is to have National Guard put mulch down around D.C., maybe rethink your strategy.
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Minnesota is blue statewide, and the governor, Tim Walz, wasn't ready to make such a big jump.
Receiving a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team of the Attorney General and the Vice President.
It's bad when Tim Walz is the reasonable one next to you. Like, this guy seemed like like what he said yesterday was pretty reasonable. I would say this guy, he played it pretty well.
Expressing
That's
their
bad.
deep condolences amongst
real
the war
bad.
that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's needed.
On the Psaki point about the National Guard, Vice President Vance is telling USA Today, we don't want indefinitely to put National Guardsmen on the street of our cities. We just want to make sure those streets, make those streets more safe. And even Democratic D.C. Mayor Bowser agrees.
We greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do.
So let me get this straight. So the mayor is okay with it. The president's okay with it. The citizens there, other than I think probably the ones that came in from out of state, are also okay with it. Crime has gone down. There's apparently like no homicides that have happened, but apparently this woman wants to go out and tweet and complain about it. She's got nothing to do with it. She wasn't at first.
City, a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C.
Wow. So you're telling me this was all just optional? That's crazy. That's, oh my God.
We know that when carjackings go down, when the use of gun goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer.
Mayor Bowser also says that she does worry that all these extra federal law enforcement officers on the street could erode some of the trust that residents have with the Metro PD department, the normal beat cops that'll be here long.
I mean, I think that what should have eroded their trust with the Metro PD is the fact that the carjackings were so high in the first place. That's the truth. Like, of course they shouldn't trust the police because they wouldn't have needed to have these people there if the police could be trusted to uphold the law. And in a lot of cases, it's probably not even the police's fault. They're probably underfunded, understaffed, and they don't have the resources to do it. I wouldn't even entirely blame them.
After the National Guard goes away. But we've come a long way from a couple weeks ago when Mayor Bowser called the federal crime crackdown authoritarian. Bill.
Oh.
Catherine Ham joins us now. Thank you for being here, Mary Catherine. Jen Psaki said what she said about prayer. There was other posts like that on X, but also the mayor of Minnesota said something
criminals
similar.
out repeatedly? Yeah.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
What do you want to do? Like, the thing is, like, these people never want to take the action that it would actually take to get rid of this, but they want to penalize other people for doing thoughts and prayers.
Mary Catherine,
and
you also
talk
were
shit about
very helpful
them
yesterday in providing some context of this. Mother of young children.
Yeah, that's the guy that cried over. By the way, that's the same guy that cried over George Floyd's casket, and now he's telling people not to give thoughts and prayers.
Your thoughts this morning?
Yeah, I just think, first of all, my thoughts and prayers are with the families who are dealing with this unspeakable tragedy today and having to talk to their children about it, those who lost their children. It is right and good, and I think necessary to pray in these times. It is sad to hear public figures very quickly turn to saying that prayer is nonsense or unnecessary or weak. And I think if I were to give them the good faith interpretation that they're unwilling to give their friends on the right, I would say that this is a call to action, right? They're frustrated that there's not action that goes with prayer. But your response does not need
which
to
is fair. That's true.
be to
They're right
denigrate
about that.
prayer.
Yeah.
And it becomes actually perverse when the people in the pews were likely attacked for practicing
Well, let's be honest, right? Would they be denigrating prayer if this had happened in a mosque? No, of course not. And this is just what I've said before. There's a massive anti-Christian sentiment that's been relatively normalized in America. No, and everybody knows the answer is no. It's a double standard. Nobody should take these people seriously. Don't listen to what they say and assume that they have good intentions. Don't go and be like, oh, well, they're trying to help. No, they're not. They're not trying to help. They have no actual convictions. There are no principles behind this. It is just simply people trying to push their ideology.
Religion for practicing this tenet of faith.
Not engaging in faith, exactly.
Because that didn't protect them, or because that doesn't solve the problem, that people should not pray and that you denigrate that practice.
Sure.
I have lived a life that has had its portion very different, but nonetheless of sort of unthinkable tragedy. And prayer did not solve the fact that my husband died while I was 7 months pregnant, but it did not prevent that, but it got me through every single day after that. And it helped me to raise my children.
Well, it's not even about that to me. It's that they would never denigrate prayer if this had happened in a mosque or a synagogue. They're only doing this because it happened in a Catholic church, and it's more socially acceptable to denigrate Christianity. It's obvious, and anybody with a brain can see it. And again, this is the same performative nonsense that this person cried over George Floyd's casket. You don't even know George Floyd.
And I just think that taking the message to the public that is somehow an insult
Hypocrisy?
to people
Yeah,
who were killed while practicing their faith is so gross.
Mary Catherine, we see this over and over. First responders are still on scene trying to figure out what happened, and then we get the inevitable tweets from politicians politicizing it, right? We saw it from Jen Psaki. We saw Hakeem Jeffries yesterday say that weapons of war shouldn't be on the streets before we even knew what the weapons were. Why do we see this over and over and over? People refusing to at least wait for some facts to come in.
Yep.
Well, and the thing is, look, people are upset with good reason, right? There is evil in
It's not about the act of prayer. You're being too literal. It's about their belief that conservatives always say thoughts and prayers at every mass shooting, but then do nothing to address the problems. Yeah, but that's not what I said. That wasn't my criticism. I think everybody agrees with you on that. But also the problem is that a lot of those same liberal people don't want to take the actions that would be required in order to deal with these problems in the effective way. How do you deal with these problems? You put people like this in insane asylums preemptively. Whenever somebody displays violent antisocial behavior, you lock them up before they commit a crime. That's what you do. And so would they want to do that? No, they wouldn't. So the problem, and this is the reason why I don't give their perspective any real genuine credibility, is that number one, I think it's performative because they would never say it about another minority group like, let's say, Muslims, which, by the way, you shouldn't be saying it about any group, right? It would be disrespectful for them or disrespectful for Christians. But I'm saying that there's clearly a double standard. The other reason, too, is that they don't support initiatives that actually take preemptive action against people like this and try try to prevent these things from happening in a legitimate way. Their idea is just ban all guns, and you're never going to ban all guns. That's not what's going to happen. You know, psychopaths? Yeah, exactly. It's their voters. Yeah. Insane asylum's extreme. How about mandatory mental screening? I know it's extreme. Have you seen these people? They're extreme. They're animals.
World, we don't always know how to defeat it. That's why I think prayer is important, by the way, because we don't always know how to defeat it. But I understand being emotional, being upset, being frustrated, being heartbroken. So many are, and so you want to jump to whatever is comforting to you, and in some cases, politicizing it becomes sort of a safe place to be, but it's not a helpful place to be. A helpful place to be would be, especially if your job is in the press, to stick with the facts, to be rational about it. I think I preferred Governor Walz's take there to Jacob Frey's, where you're not going to that well immediately, because I think it does send people to their corners instead of allowing them to come together at least to grieve, if not to agree on solutions to a problem.
Mary Catherine, so I've known you for a long time, and I know what you went through and how you dealt with it with such grace, and have come out on the other side in a way that is just a joy to see with your additional children that you've gone on to have.
Thank you.
One last question about the bigger picture, and that is the crackdown on crime. You did have this from Politico reporter Rachel Bade, who is putting this into context for people about how voters and citizens are seeing Trump's crime crackdown. Listen here.
When you think about...
Why do we think it's okay to dictate how Catholics can grieve in the only way that they know how after being a target of a hate crime? Because it's okay to denigrate Catholics socially. For Democrats, it's okay for them to do that. That's the real answer. It's socially acceptable, so they do it.
Voters and how they feel right now. Trump is really leaning in and sort of latching on to those fears. He wants to be the one to tell voters, I'm tough on crime. What are you going to do? And what Democrats are doing right now is saying, oh, you don't have the authority and crime is down. That doesn't resonate with people.
Your final thoughts this morning on that part.
Yeah, I think, look, I don't want to get too antiseptic about it and into the stats, but the fact is that the vast majority of gun crime is with not a mass shooting. So in D.C., for instance, there were far fewer homicides in the last 20 days than there were before that, right? Most people look at that and go, okay, that's good. We want more of that. So I think Democrats, the combination of saying prayer is bad and also cracking down on crime is bad, I think is a bad message combo to take to normal Americans, most of whom are on the side of prayer and cracking down on crime.
Yeah,
Mary
obviously.
Catherine, thank you.
I mean, you can do both very clearly, right? It's pretty fucking obvious. I don't even know why it's even a question.
Go hug your children today as school's underway.
As everybody should.
You are there, yes, indeed. Take care.
There it is. And I think this is where things are going. It's pretty obvious this is where things are going. And do you think it's only socially acceptable because of the whole priest trope? No, I think it's because it's a white-coded religion and it's socially acceptable to be racist against white people. That's the reason why I think that's the primary reason, and it's just that simple. I mean, obviously, like, people might not want to say that, but that's very clearly what the reason is.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio joins us now. All right, Secretary, you were in the room this afternoon with President Trump, Zelensky, all the European leaders. Was there a big moment that happened?
Well, I think the whole thing was a big moment. Unprecedented, really, when you think about all these European leaders came here, 7 that were there, and that included the head of NATO and the head of the EU. And they all said the same thing, which is this, after 3 years of sort of deadlock and no talks and no change in circumstances, this is the first time where there seems to be some movement. Now, look, this is a complicated war. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's
obvious they're going to end the war, in my opinion. I think it's obvious. Unless something really stupid happens, I would say, like, the probability of this getting ended relatively soon is like 80%, 90%.
Going on for 3.5 years. A lot of people have died. A lot of territories exchanged back and forth. So it's not an easy thing to unwind. But nothing was happening on this war. Literally, the only option that we were given under the previous administration was continue to fund Ukraine for however much they need, for however long it takes. And now you have people actually talking about pathways towards ending it. Now, it's going to take a little bit more work and a little bit more time, but we are making progress. It's not me saying it. That is virtually every leader there today said that in front of the cameras.
Well, most importantly, it's Putin that's able to come and meet and talk about ending it. And also Zelensky, who's willing to meet with Putin. Zelensky wasn't even willing to meet with them previously. I think that for sure that it's basically over. Like, I think that both sides are probably at a certain point. I think this is a war that nobody won. Ukraine isn't winning. Russia isn't winning. They're both losing.
Saying it for a reason, because it's true and they're witnessing it and they've been a part of it.
So these European nations, and some of these are NATO countries, are they willing to put troops on the ground in Ukraine to cement this peace deal? Would that make Ukraine kind of like a NATO ally?
That's a big one.
What's being contemplated, look, any sovereign country in the world has a right to enter into security alliances with other countries. You know, it's not just NATO. We have such alliances with South Korea. We have it with Japan. Other countries have it with each other. And so I think everyone would acknowledge, including, by the way, for the first time, the Russian side.
Russia's obtaining all their stated goals. I think that what I think the outcome of this will be is that Russia will probably legally be given Crimea and maybe some other small thing. And then that way Putin can come back and see, like, see, guys, I got something, and withdraw from the war without looking like he lost to his people. Donbass too. Yeah, people are saying that. I don't know all the politics around that yet, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But yeah, that's Crimea and Donbass, maybe, right? And so the point is, yeah, strategic victory. Yeah, exactly, right? Because Putin can't walk away from this with nothing. He can't. And so, like, the most painless way to do that is to give him an area that they're already controlling legally. Just really, that's how it is. He's too proud. Well, he's effectively a dictator. He's a dictator. And if you're a dictator, your ability to be the controlling force in your country revolves around your ability to be respected and feared among the people that you're ruling over. If you don't bring home the bacon, you get turned into bacon. That's what happens. So he has to come back with something. He's a dictator with nukes and tons of resources and money. He is, but once enough people in his country don't respect him and don't support him, it will also cause all kinds of issues domestically, even if they don't, usurp him. It will cause him a bunch of problems, and it will make him look bad. He doesn't want to have that happen, period. Obviously, like, getting deposed is like the worst possible scenario for him, but there are many other negative scenarios that exist in that spectrum.
Under President Trump's sort of pressure, or, a suggestion, is that, in fact, a Ukraine post-conflict has a right to enter into security agreements with other countries. And we will work with our European allies and non-European countries, by the way, to build such a security guarantee. We're working on that right now. We'll continue to work on that. And that'll be something that'll have to be in place after a peace deal, so that Ukraine can feel safe moving forward. And we're coordinating that as we speak. We're involved in the coordination of it. So, yeah, there are a number of countries that are willing to step forward and provide Ukraine security guarantees. But as the Ukrainians have said to us, and I think have said publicly, the strongest security guarantee they can come up with their future is to have a strong...
In my opinion, I think, again, the probability of Trump getting of Putin, I got every single one wrong, of Putin getting something out of this is, in my opinion, 100%. I think that this does not end until he gets some form of territory.
Military moving forward, and that's the other dynamic that's changed. We're no longer giving Ukraine weapons. We're no longer giving Ukraine money. We are now selling them weapons, and European countries are paying for it through NATO. They are using NATO to buy the weapons and transfer them to Ukraine. That's another big change.
Ukraine won't accept that and shouldn't. They will accept it, I think, because he's been killing so many of them. Eventually, they're going to stop. They're going to want to stop dying. Survival is more important than what's wrong or right. He's killing them. He's systematically killing them. He's taking over their cities. He's blowing up their buildings. He's killing all of their soldiers. They will eventually run out of people. They're going to give it up. I agree with you that I don't think that they should. I don't think it's fair. But I think that's what's going to happen.
This war was approached just a few, just under the Biden administration, for example.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the minerals deal is also a nice security guarantee.
And by the way, polling supports what I'm saying.
Way.
Ukrainian people.
Were you in the room when the president talked to Vladimir Putin?
I was.
Ooh.
And in that conversation, what came from it is that, the president suggested that Zelensky and Putin meet. So we're working on that now to try to set that up for them to meet somewhere, which again would be unprecedented. And then if that goes well, hopefully the next meeting will be a meeting between Presidents Putin, Trump, and Zelensky, where we hope to finalize a deal. We're not there yet, but that's what we're aiming towards. And that's one of the things that was discussed today, is how to get to that point.
So in Russian war of attrition? Well, here Russia is losing many more men. Again, like I used the example before, I'll use it again. Xerxes' army in 300. The 300 were better soldiers, and they killed more of Xerxes' army than Xerxes' army killed of Spartans. But the 300 died. That's basically, it doesn't matter. Like, if you have an overwhelming force, it doesn't matter if you have a positive KD. Like, you're still going to end up losing. I think that there was another good example. German tanks were way better than American tanks. And I think it was like Germany said, like, yeah, for one tank, for every one German tank, they could stop 4 American tanks. But we had 5, and we just beat them. That's it. It doesn't matter. Like, even if you can beat somebody 1v1, doesn't make a difference. You just bring in enough people, and you still win.
Just the fact that Putin is saying, sure, I'll meet with Zelensky, that's a big deal. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to leave that room best friends. I'm not saying they're going to leave that room with a peace deal.
Well,
but
I was talking about something
the fact that
different.
people are now talking to each other. This wasn't happening for 3.5 years. This was a stalemated war of death and destruction. And let me tell you something. This president hates war. And he hates it. He thinks it's a waste of money and a waste of lives. And he has made it a priority, President Trump has, to bring about peace. If he sees an opportunity to step in and broker a peace, he wants to do it. He's been successful already 6 times in 6 months in achieving that. And he wants to achieve it with Ukraine and Russia as well.
So the timeline, it looks ideally, is Vladimir Putin meets with Zelensky, and then President Trump and Zelensky and Vladimir Putin meet, the 3 of them, and hopefully cement some sort of peace deal then. The issue about giving land back seems to be the sticking point.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's what everybody cares about.
The main sticking point is that Russia wants to keep the land that it's taken militarily. And how do you get around that? What's the negotiation over there?
Yeah, I don't think it's helpful to go into all the details of that.
He's not going to say that. Obviously,
because these negotiations, frankly, work best when they're done privately.
Yeah.
And in our negotiation setting.
Wait, you don't want to do it on national TV on Jesse Waters primetime, Secretary? I mean, that's just crazy.
Oh, we'll be more. When we have a deal, I'll describe it to you for sure. But look, that's why you got to give these guys space to work. I mean, they have their own constituencies, okay? They have their own considerations, and you don't want to give away one side's leverage in that regard. But let me just say this about it. I think everyone understands that some of the key elements to bringing this about is Ukraine has to feel safe moving forward. In essence, they have to believe that at the end of this war, they are in a position to never get invaded again. I think what's also true, and I think it's common sense, and I don't know why it's so hard for a lot of people to understand it, is in any negotiation to bring about the end of a war, or any conflict for that matter, it's going to require both sides to receive, but also to give. In essence, one side's not going to get 100% here. Each side is going to have to.
Yeah, they're obviously like that. This is 100% what's going to happen. Yeah, for sure.
Make some concessions. And obviously land, or where you draw those lines, where the war stops, is going to be part of that conversation. And it's not easy, and maybe it's not even fair, but it's what it takes in order to bring about an end.
That's crazy. He just says it. Damn. He just fucking says it.
Conversation. And it's not easy, and maybe it's not even fair, but it's what it takes in order to bring about an end to a war. And that's has been true in every war. The only wars that don't end that way are the ones that have unconditional surrender by one side or the other, and we're not going to see that in this.
I can think of one, as far as I know. I could be a little bit wrong on my history for this, but I feel like one of the wars where one of the countries didn't get anything at the end of the war was Germany after World War I. That was not a good time. That didn't end well. That was pretty bad.
Conflict. So obviously the issue of that will be talked about. And the president's been very clear. In the end, what those lines look like are up to Putin and up to Zelensky and up to the Ukrainian side to decide what each one can live with. We are going to be there to facilitate that and make that possible and make sure that both sides are talking. And by the way, President Trump is the only leader in the world, acknowledged by all the Europeans, the only leader in the world that can talk to both of them and bring them both to a meeting is Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one. And the fact that he's willing to do it.
I really wish I had a hype man like Marco Rubio. Honestly, like, this guy is just going to bat for Donald every day. Yeah, like, he is. Like, that's like, bro, that to have this as your main guy, best wingman. Yeah, exactly. You got Tectone? Yeah, maybe, right? Yeah.
Thing that every American, including Democrats, should be happy that we have a peace president. We should be proud that we have a president that's made peace a priority in his administration.
Absolutely. And I think Zelensky symbolically already making some concessions because he put on kind of a suit. So that is progress.
It looked good, right?
I think it looked great.
Yeah.
We like to see it.
Yeah.
Well, great job. And keep up the great work. I know it's tough stuff, but looks like there is a lot of momentum here.
Thank you.
I mean, there it is, right? And crazy how stuck on it's not fair some people are. Well, it's because they think like children. That's the reason why. They think like kids, and they don't understand the consequences of, you know, like what they're saying. That's the reason why. It's just Reddit mentality. I mean, I wouldn't really take it that, yeah, it's not fair. It's not fair. Yeah, the world isn't fair. That's the way it goes. The UK free speech delegation.
Westminster now.
Uh-oh.
Well, good afternoon. I'm used to talking to MPs down here, but we're joined by 3 U.S. Republican congressmen who sit on the House Judiciary Committee. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time this afternoon on GB News. Congressman Jim Jordan, if I can start with you. You are chairman of the committee. We're a long way from Washington. What has brought you over here this summer?
First Amendment to the Constitution. We're concerned about free expression here in the United Kingdom and in Europe, but we're primarily concerned.
So we're trying to help them. We're trying to get them back on track. Because, like, y'all getting ruled by a bunch of weird fucking Karens trying to import a bunch of people into your country. And you can't even talk about it. You get arrested. We're trying, guys. We're trying to help y'all out.
About the impacts your laws can have on American citizens. Under the First Amendment, American citizens enjoy 5 fundamental freedoms. Your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, your right to petition the government, free press, free speech. I tell people all the time, the most important of those 5 liberties is the last one, our right to talk. Because if you can't speak, you can't practice your faith, you can't share your faith, you can't petition your government, you can't criticize your government, and you don't have a free press. That is the most fundamental right we have as free citizens. And when the government infringes on that, like we're seeing with the Online Safety Act, like we're seeing with the Digital Services Act in Europe, and then there's some spillover impact on Americans.
See, I'm going to tell you all the truth. The problem isn't really Real ID. It's the laws that make Real ID something that would make you get accountable for what you're saying. It's got nothing to do, really, like, Real ID wouldn't matter if you wouldn't get arrested for a tweet. The problem is the laws. Because people are already getting arrested for tweets now. They're getting arrested for them now. We don't have Real ID now. So how the fuck is it a problem? This is what we're going on. This guy for president? Yeah, and I'm telling you guys, like, if it was up to me, like, things would be a lot different. I tell you that. And they're trying to create things that spill over and other things. That was the point and why we were disagreeing with your tweet. Yeah, but like, I think that, and this is another thing why people, where there was like some dissonance between like the conversation we were having online about like the internet ID, is that I'm coming at this from the perspective of an American, but we have Australians and Europeans, especially people that are living in the UK, that don't enjoy the same privileges, or Canada, right, for that matter, that don't enjoy the same privileges and opportunities that we do in America to be able to speak our minds. So for you guys, Real ID on the internet is much more of an existential threat to your expression than it is for us here in America. And I understand that, and I respect that. But my solution, again, is that you need to change your laws. I still think Real ID is coming. I think it's inevitable. And so when it gets here, you don't want to have these laws on the books. Privileges? Yeah, it's a huge privilege to have the First Amendment. It absolutely is.
Citizens, that is a concern. We had a witness last year in Congress. She was a journalist from Canada.
Yeah.
She made a great statement. She said, free expression is the hallmark of Western civilization. The ability to debate, the ability to argue and have debate.
This is something that is so true and so core. Western civilization, I think, is built off of the backs of Greek civilization, Greek ethics, Greek philosophy. This is the premise of all of that. If you don't have free expression, you don't have Western civilization. It's that simple.
And have votes and settle disputes that way, because the alternative to that is frightening. So
yeah, you don't have Western civilization without free speech, period.
This is critically important, and that's why we're here.
And Congressman Fitzgerald, there's a row today because the science minister has been very critical of Nigel Farage. We've got this Online Safety Act that has come in. The Prime Minister...
The only reason they're making the Online Safety Act is to stop people from complaining about migration. They don't give a fuck about the kids. If they did, they would have stopped them from being raped from the people that are migrating. They don't care about them. They never did.
Yesterday telling your president that there was absolutely no censorship with this, that it was all about...
It's a little bit harsh, but I'm just telling you the truth. It's obvious, isn't it? Yeah, duh.
Protecting children. Do you buy that?
It is.
I don't, and the American companies that we have been speaking to have laid out the case. Their legal teams have been battling on many fronts now over the last couple of years on just that issue of censorship and trying to kind of curtail whatever they're putting up online. So yeah. I think right now what you're going to see is a continued fight kind of step by step to make sure that this doesn't creep into America and is not something that we need to be worried about in the House of Representatives.
But Congressman Kiley, tech firms do have a duty of care, do they not? There are children accessing all sorts on the internet. As a TV company...
Suck my fucking... Fuck you. I'm so sick of hearing this. These are two completely different things. Protecting kids and having real ID on the internet is not the same as having a conversation about freedom of speech. Nobody is protecting someone's freedom of speech to upload sexual abuse material of children. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's advocating for that. Nobody wants that. The problem is protecting someone's freedom of speech to upload sexual abuse material of children. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's advocating for that. Nobody wants that. The problem is that every single time that a conversation about this happens, it's constantly about, well, what about the kids? I agree that if somebody breaks the law on the internet, you should be able to find out and arrest them because they broke the law. Breaking the law on the internet doesn't mean that it's okay to do. That being said, the problem is the laws. That's the problem. It's not the internet. It's not the social media companies. It's the laws themselves. Because, again, they're getting these subpoenas by the judges because these people are violating speech laws. This would never be an issue if these people had the First Amendment. But they don't. It's the parents' fucking responsibility. There are 50 other things that we have extra government regulation on because you can't trust the parents to always make the right decisions for their kids. We have thousands of examples of that. I think that that's a very reductive argument. The real conversation here is about how this Speech Act and how these different types of legislation affect real average people. Freedom of speech does not equate to anonymity. No, it's two very different things. As we're trying to pull pirate software here, don't die on this hell, mate. Nobody agrees with this. It's not about agreeing with it or not agreeing with it. This is a literal fact and reality. It is a fact and reality that we have right now. There's no debating this at all. Yeah, it's not even a conversation. The problem with these countries applying these real ID laws isn't the Real ID laws in themselves. It's the fact that the Real ID laws make it easier to stop people from speaking their mind. And the core of that problem is not Real ID, it's the fucking law. That's the issue. If you can't understand that, you're being stupid.
We
are
guided by regulations the same for publishers. They're putting content out there. How do you deal with this in America? They do have a duty, don't they?
They absolutely do have a duty, and I think that narrowly tailored regulations designed to protect kids are appropriate and absolutely necessary.
Sure.
But what we're seeing with legislation like the Online Safety Act...
We already have that, like COPPA, for example, where like kids under 13 can't be on media already. Like this isn't, again, I'm not advocating for anything new. We already have this now.
Digital Services Act in the EU is something very different. We are seeing a rising tide of censorship in the West. We see it in the EU, we're seeing it in the UK. We saw it in the US as well over the last few years, but we've turned a corner in our country in large measure thanks to the work of the Judiciary Committee under Chairman Jordan's leadership. And so we're here to dialogue with those who are fighting for this shared tradition between our countries here in the UK and in the EU, because this is, when it comes to a liberal democracy, this is the whole ball game.
You have no idea what's the point in the UK. Of course, in the UK, there's free speech. There's not free speech in the UK. You don't have freedom of speech in the UK. It's just not true. You're living a lie. Look it up and educate yourself.
Can't have a functioning liberal democracy without robust protections for freedom of speech.
You don't have freedom of speech.
We also had some horrific murders a year ago. There were terrible riots resulting from disinformation online. Now the police are looking at tweets, at things that putting on social media to try to sort of stave off further trouble. What's your view of that and policing tweets? Back to you, if I can.
Well, I mean, you look at recent history, seems to me many times the biggest purveyor of misinformation, disinformation is the government. I mean, just look at during COVID in our country. I think just about everything.
Well, look at the way they handle the migrant stuff over in Europe. They intentionally obfuscate the race and the ethnicity of the people that are committing crimes, especially sexual crimes. And the reason why is because they want to mislead the public, and they don't want the public to know that there's disproportionately more of this happening with migrants. This is the truth. If you want to talk about misinformation and and again, why are they doing this? They are doing it to mislead the public on purpose. That's bad. Stop using Europe as a country, for the love of God. You're right. Poland doesn't do this. Poland is based. But as far as I know, Sweden does this, Spain has this problem, the UK has this problem, Ireland and Scotland to a lesser extent have this problem, Germany has this problem. It's a lot of Europe. I know that it's not all of them, but it's most of them. France has this problem. Yeah, I apologize if you're in one of the few remaining based European countries. Keep fighting the good fight, guys.
Administration told us about COVID turned out to be wrong. They told us that, the virus didn't come from a lab. They told us that the vaccinated couldn't get the virus. They told us that the vaccinated couldn't transmit the virus. They told us masks worked. They told us 6 feet social distancing was based on...
This would have never been a problem if they didn't ban people for dissenting. Obviously, science is never a settled situation, and they were telling people what they thought was best at the time, and they were wrong. But the problem is that whenever you're taking shots in the dark, and then people say, wait a minute, I don't know if you're aiming in the right spot, and then you ban them for that, well, then guess what? You're going to alienate and radicalize a lot of people, and I think that's what's happened.
On science, they told us that, this was the first virus in history where there's no such thing as natural immunity. So when you look at history, typically it's the government who gives all kinds of information that is not accurate. And the idea that you're going to go after political speech, Kevin is right.
This is the real reason why it's happening. This is the reason why it's happening. And this is the big problem, is that these governments are trying to shut down people's political expression because it puts them at risk.
We don't want harmful material getting to kids, but there's a big difference between that and political speech and criticizing the government.
Yes.
For goodness sake. So we're very concerned about that, and that's
and they try to roll it all up into one in order to justify it. That's what's happening right now, and it's happening all over the world.
Again, that's why we're here. That's why we did our investigation last Congress, to point out the attacks on free expression and on free speech.
And Congressman Fitzgerald, J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference a few months ago upset quite a lot of people on this topic, talking.
No, you think and feel a lot. I've never seen you actually do some research. Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions, and then they're right. Pretty much every single time. Like, if it's such a bad idea to do that, then why do I keep coming out with positive outcomes? You really think that all these people coming from countries that have totally different laws and the ways that they treat women over there, you really think that there's not going to be an increase in bad behavior in that area? Especially when there's no vetting properly to make sure the ones that are acting in good faith or not? You don't need to have statistics for that. It's common sense. Like, I don't need to see 50 different studies to know if you put a wolf in a cage with 10 rabbits, there's not going to be 10 rabbits by the end of the day. I don't need to have like 50 fucking studies of this. I don't need to have a million levels of data and representation for it. It's common fucking a priori knowledge that every single reasonable person knows. Sorry. It's just the way it is.
About freedom of speech being suppressed, particularly in Scotland, with buffer zones. Do you think that that is sort of necessary for Europe and Britain to hear this sort of thing? And finally, what do you say to people that say, well, you didn't like it when Democratic, Labour activists went to support the Democrats? Why are you getting involved in our politics? What's your answer to that?
Yeah, I think Vice President Vance is right. I mean, there's absolutely been kind of a movement and a shift that's been going on. And it's not very obvious sometimes. It's something that you do have to kind of scrutinize and look for. But when you see it, you know it. And I think that's what the vice president was talking about.
Exactly. My friend asked me for a source when I told him that letting in hordes of unloyal migrants wouldn't be good for the social fabric of our country. Yeah. And also, by the way, the reason why people have such a fixation on trying to quantify everything like that without using their own common sense, it's not because I want you to understand that if you provided him evidence that this was the case, he would still deny it. They're only asking for evidence as a way to delay the inevitability of their opinion being wrong. They don't actually want evidence. They're just simply trying to find a way to refute your point of view.
And just finally, what do you say, Congressman Kiley, to people that say, why are you here getting yourselves involved in British affairs?
Well, we're first and foremost protecting our own citizens because we've seen very specific examples of where suppressing speech actually impacts American citizens. And there's also this sort of globalizing effect, call it the Brussels effect, and certainly augmented by what's happening in the UK, where platforms are forced to change their policies in a pro-censorship direction that impacts citizens all around the world. And so at the end of the day, I think it's important that our allies, who we have so many shared values with, stand with us as we fight against forces that exist elsewhere in the world that are very much opposed to freedom of all kinds. And I think there's a lot more that we have in common in the way of values than divide us at this point. And I think these conversations are really healthy for everyone involved.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for talking to us on GB News today. Really appreciate it.
Based.
Back to you in the studio. Clearly a tension between freedom of speech and keeping children safe. I expect
it has nothing to do with kids. Everybody can agree that weird stuff shouldn't be something that kids can see, and I think that most people are open to the idea of not letting kids on social media. This is a massive red herring. The real reason why they're implementing these laws for, the Online Safety Act, do you know who's they're trying to make safe? The public fucking government. That's who they're trying to make safe, not kids.
We'll be hearing a lot about this in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, Catherine Forster there. Some very, very clever men, in my opinion. I think they absolutely nailed it on the head. Free speech, in my opinion, has been under attack in this country for a very, very long time. And the Online Safety Bill is the pinnacle of that tyranny. It really, really feels to me like Britain is heading in this abysmal direction.
And again, the problem is not the Online Safety Bill itself. It's the fact that it empowers existing laws that we have right now. Or sorry, not we, but the UK has right now, and other places like Australia has, that are already oppressive to people and they can't speak out. Freedom of speech and freedom of expression is, as I said, you cannot have Western civilization without freedom of expression. It is the bedrock of Western civilization. If you are going against that, you're going in a completely different place.
Last month, I took an order for a batch of copper parts. I've already bought all the materials. It cost tens of thousands, and everything has been cut, ground, washed, and engraved.
Yeah, they sitting
it's
on
not
all this
finished
stuff.
yet, but today the customer messaged me and said the delivery might be delayed. After customs clearance, the taxes have gone.
The court did throw out Trump's he had a $500 million fraud penalty that just got deleted. They threw that shit away. They got rid of it.
Well, a Fox News alert, a New York appeals court just this morning has thrown out President Donald Trump's massive civil fraud penalty. The decision from a 5-panel group in New York's appellate division changed the original decision that stood to cost Trump over $500 million. One appeals judge calling the lower court's penalty an excessive fine that violates the 8th Amendment of the United States Constitution.
Jeez.
You might remember that New York Attorney General Letitia James' office says despite this decision, they will not be dropping the case. Let's get some thoughts from Andy McCarthy. He's a former U.S. attorney.
So they're not going to stop?
He is a Fox News contributor. He is on the phone with us. And last summer, you were helping us every single day as President Trump sat in that courtroom. Letitia James, the AG, she happened to be there as well. And at the time, I remember, Andy, you said you thought this could be the outcome once the appellate court got a hold of it. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, I think, Dana, that Trump may be ultimately completely exonerated on this. For now, the penalty goes. There was division in the appeals court about the merits.
Isn't it crazy how this guy was about to go to jail, but then he became president, and every single problem that he had just went away? That's kind of crazy. It's like you literally got a get out of jail free card.
The underlying suit, but as you point out, what they found basically under an 8th Amendment theory,
fucking got him.
The amendment that prohibits cruel and unusual punishments. There was such a mismatch between whatever wrong was actually established in the trial and the outrageous penalty that was imposed for it, which was, I think, $355 million, which with interest and other costs is already up to about $530 million now because it continued to accrue for a while. That was such a ridiculous.
I love how it just went up by $30 million. Jesus.
Mismatch between what the penalty was and whatever the wrong was that was established, that had to go. The court is leaving in place.
So she was the one that was trying to get him, and she didn't get him. He got away. You almost got him.
Other what they call injunctive rulings that were made by the court. So some things have to be sorted out, like how much monitoring Trump's organization is going to be under.
Yeah.
But he's out from under the most important part of the case, obviously. And I think there could still be an appeal to the highest appeals court.
Oh, of course they're going to try.
Where they will deal with the question that seems to have vexed the appellate division, which is the whole merits of the case and whether Letitia James, the Attorney General in New York State, should have been able to use a consumer protection statute that had never been used in this way to try to establish a fraud case based on sophisticated financial.
It's obviously politically motivated, right? I think everybody can see that. So obvious.
Actors. Where, this is
come
not
on.
A situation
What are we doing?
that a consumer protection statute was ever meant to apply to.
And Andy, we're just getting some new reaction in from the White House right now. If we can pull this up, this is from Trump spokesman Stephen Chung saying, quote, Letitia James' political crusade against President Trump, which is barred by the statute of limitations, and where she ludicrously valued Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, Florida, as worth a paltry $18 million, as well as committed a ton of other fatal errors, is just another failed skirmish in the discredited lawfare campaign against President Trump, his family, and his business that other Democrat prosecutors are dropping left and right. Andy, real quick, final word to you. Letitia James was sitting in the...
crazy that he ended up getting away with all this shit. Wow.
the front of that courtroom every day smirking.
If they never went after him, he would have never run and won. I think that you're right. Honestly, I think that them going after him and prosecuting him so much, I mean,
That coffee was amazing, bro. You made my day.
Thanks. You would really support us by giving a positive review online.
Sure thing.
Your coffee tastes great, young fella. You deserve more customers.
Thank you, sir. It would really help if you could give us a review online.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Your coffee is excellent.
Thanks. It would really help if you could give us a review online.
Listen, you gave me a cold coffee.
Sorry, madam, but you have been sitting here for 2 hours on your phone without taking a sip. Of course the coffee will get cold.
What an attitude. You'll be sorry for this when I'm done.
That coffee was amazing, bro. You made my day.
Thanks.
You have to remember that, like, a lot of his voting base are the voting base that believe in somebody who was a martyr. I think that they did turn him into a victim and a martyr for the cause, and I think that alienated a lot of those people and it galvanized them towards voting in his direction. I think that's what happened.
And looks like she lost today.
She lost, but I think, Bill, Trump is president because of lawfare. And I think this was just one. Right. It was a big part of it, but it was just one part of an overarching campaign in which Trump actually won sympathy from even people who weren't particularly sympathetic to him to begin with, but who saw if this could be done to him, it could be done to anyone.
Pretty incredible, and much more to come as we parse through this news today. Andy McCarthy, thanks for joining us. That was a quick breaking news story. We always love that.
Yeah, so there it is, right? And, like, let me see if there's another point of this that I can show too. But yeah, he basically totally got off on it, and he's innocent, I guess. And it got thrown out. It's done. Let me see if I can find. I think there's one video on this. Yeah, here it is. This is December 2020. And if you can believe this, guess where it's at?
You also intend to prosecute him after he is out of office, correct?
Joy, again, our investigation currently is...
Please never go off the air. I will run out of content. Please never... that dude... Never stop.
Civil in nature. It is not criminal. In the event that we uncover any activity or conduct... If in the event that we uncover any conduct,
the Council of Karens.
Oh yes.
But when you go ahead with the civil suits,
Yes, our civil suit will continue, whether he's president or not. Yes, our civil suit will continue, whether he's president or not. And so after January 20th at 12 o'clock, our investigation will continue, Joy.
There's no way a potential pardon for Trump or his 3 eldest kids would shield them from anything you're investigating. Am I right? That's what you just said, I believe.
Correct. He cannot pardon himself. What he could do is step down and allow the Vice President Pence, to pardon him. In all likelihood, I suspect that he will pardon his family members, his children, his son-in-law, and individuals in his administration, as well as some of his close associates. And then I suspect at some point in time, he will step down and allow the Vice President to pardon him. Now,
man, so she's just retarded for a living, huh? Damn, how about that? Wow. Things didn't go the way she wanted.
it's important to understand he is pardoned from federal crimes, but he is not pardoned from state crimes. Last year, I introduced a bill in the state legislature which would close the pardon loophole so that individuals such as the President of the United States would not evade justice. It's important that we have this check on presidential powers. And in the legislature, the state legislature, I'm so happy they passed that bill, and it is now the law in the state of New York. President Trump cannot avoid justice in the great state of New York.
Well, he did. And so anyway, that's pretty much what happened. Yep, he did. And womp womp, I guess so. Surely right. Well, didn't necessarily age well, did it? And too bad, huh? I'll be right back. Give me a second. New CNN video says Hamas agreed to a ceasefire. What?
Gaza amid a push by mediators to renew talks.
What?
In a statement, Hamas said it had accepted a plan presented Sunday by Qatar and Egypt. Meantime, Egyptian officials involved in the discussions tell CNN in an exclusive interview that it has warned Israel that the mass displacement of Gazans is a red line. Let's get more from CNN international anchor Becky Anderson.
Yeah, they don't want to fucking deal with them. Doesn't Israel have... No, not Israel. Doesn't Egypt have a wall? They have a wall to keep them out. Yeah, they don't want them coming over there.
Was in Cairo for us. Becky, what more can you tell us about this latest proposal?
Two walls?
I spoke to the Egyptian foreign minister on a visit up to Rafah, the border crossing on the Egyptian side, the border crossing where so much aid is built up trying to get into Gaza. And this was yesterday, and we discussed the ceasefire proposal that had been tabled to Hamas at that time. The last 48 hours here in Cairo, behind the scenes, has been extremely busy. Both the Egyptian and Qatari mediators who've been long involved in trying to get a comprehensive solution to end this war have really ratcheted up their efforts over the past 48 hours, trying to get some sort of framework together that might end this war. They are extremely concerned.
Imagine believing Hamas will adhere to a ceasefire. They'll break it the moment it's no longer useful to them, like every previous time. Well, they don't have Iran that's able to support them in the same way because all of their military got destroyed. So, like, they don't have basically the same level of infrastructure that they had before Trump bombed the shit out of them. So, that's it. And also, Israel bombed the shit out of them. So, yeah, oh, yeah, that did happen, right? Yeah, exactly. And so, like, if you cut off the funding, if you cut off all their stuff, yeah, all of it? No, not all of it. Definitely not all of it. I'm sure they're getting still some of it. But it's dramatically reduced, I'm sure. They'll rebuild? Yeah, exactly. And by the time they rebuild, most of the guys that are running Hamas will be dead. And again, a lot of these guys that are like, oh, well, we are, you know, we're going to die for God. a lot of them that are saying they're going to die for God aren't about to die for God. Whenever they're faced with the inevitability of that, suddenly people become a lot more rational. What? You know what? It's like the guy in Syria. The guy in Syria used to be the leader of like Al-Qaeda or ISIS or something like that. You know, now he's the leader of Syria, meets Trump, flies Trump in, everything's great, things are fine. Isn't it crazy how fast people can become rational? You're projecting your own belief. Plenty of them have suicide bombers. You're absolutely right. You're totally right that there are zealots and there are crazy people out there. But I think that there are less of them than you would imagine. And I think that especially as soon as people start to see everybody else around them get killed, well, now it's not necessarily as exciting to do. They aren't the leaders. Yeah, and also they're not the ones that are the leaders. So yeah, most dangerous ones to convince themselves it's a good idea. Yeah, but there's always going to be less and less of them. You're not going to see leadership wear a vest? Yeah, exactly.
About the threat of a further expansion of the Israeli war, a threat underscored by the decision by the Israeli Security Council last week to go back into Gaza City and displace those who are there in order to rout out the remaining Hamas operatives there. These mediators tell me that they are concerned for two reasons. That they say this will exacerbate the already catastrophic humanitarian situation on the ground and will further endanger those hostages who remain in Gaza. Now remember, we believe there are about 50, 21 of whom maybe are still living. The efforts by these mediators are to get this temporary truce, this partial sort of phased plan for release of half of those hostages over a 60-day period, which will at least relieve the pressure somewhat and get this surge of humanitarian aid in. When I spoke to the Egyptian foreign minister, he has real reservations about the political will from either party for a resolution of this, particularly on the Israeli side. This is part of what he told me.
Israel doesn't want to stop bombing them. The worst thing is that I think that what's happened now is that this conflict has gone on for so long that I think a lot of people have kind of lost that and this is what happens with every big social event and every big problem, is that there's like a surge of enthusiasm and a surge of outrage around it. And then over time, people kind of lose interest. They're desensitized. They're tired of it. And so Israel also now might want to continue the war because there's no more political capital to lose effectively. Like, they already have people that hate them. The pro-Palestine movement is kind of, I think its climax already happened, basically. And so now you have, like, yeah, there's still people, like, I think most people think that Israel kind of sucks for what they're doing in Gaza. Like, I mean, for lack of a more extreme way of saying it, I think many people are like, yeah, what the fuck are they doing over there, right? For sure. But at the same time, I think that definitely the enthusiasm around that has declined. I think it's tremendously declined. Not at all. Okay, some people don't. That's fine. Yeah, that's my outlook on it.
What we have to do now is to implement the proposal of Steve Witkoff, the U.S. special,
which is a phased, partial.
So it looks like what the U.S. is trying to do this. Because if it's a proposal by him, that means it's a U.S. proposal.
Agreement, a temporary truce.
At least to have a cooling off period to allow more trucks to enter into Gaza, and during this 60 days of the ceasefire to engage in a serious negotiations to make this ceasefire sustainable.
Can I be clear, Foreign Minister, is that the only proposal then on the table at present? The Witkoff proposal to all intents and purposes?
This is the practical one. Of course, the Israelis are talking about ending the war,
one and done.
having a comprehensive deal, but they are putting impossible, conditions to be realized on the ground.
What those impossible conditions are?
I mean, by talking about, of course, disarming Hamas now, that they will not allow neither Hamas or Fatah or the Palestinian Authority to be there in Gaza.
As long as there's Hamas, there's not going to really be like a lasting peace, I think. I mean, it's a terrorist organization, but having a ceasefire and then working with them, the thing is that, and that's the reality, right? Is that as soon as there's a ceasefire and these people realize they can walk away, many of them will walk away. They're not going to keep fighting till the bitter end. Some of them will, but if you're only dealing with the most extreme zealots, it's a lot easier to do than when you're dealing with all of them together.
Something, not logic and not practical.
The mediators say that they have secured 98% of what was the original Steve Witkoff proposal back in July. But it's not clear what the remaining 2% is, and that could be an awful lot of detail that is still to be hammered out. The other big point at this stage is that there has been no official response to this proposal from the Israeli side, and we know the Israeli position has hardened since that last proposal. Israel wants to see the end of Hamas. They believe that Hamas is on the ropes. They want a comprehensive deal, a one-off deal, which effectively releases all the
they're totally fucked. I mean, like they obviously they are.
Hostages in one go, and that is not what this proposal is all about.
It would be crazy if both of these got ended. Like I have to say, like if Trump ends up ending the fucking Israel-Hamas thing, Israel-Palestine thing, or not even end, it's really probably realistically it's not going to end it, right? It's just going to be a pause, maybe hopefully a long-term pause. If he ends that and the Ukraine-Russia thing, that's going to be insane.
So we can tell on the details that we have. Back to you.
Becky Anderson, live for us in Cairo. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Becky.
that's insane. I didn't even know this. I didn't hear about this at all. Holy fucking shit, man. Hamas will not allow anyone to walk away their meat shields for them. Yeah, but eventually you run out of meat shields. Israel has done a pretty good job at that. They've killed tons of civilians over there. They have no problem bombing civilian areas if they think Hamas is there. Eventually, it's the same thing I said about Ukraine. Eventually people stop. Like it happens, and I know it sounds bad to say, but that will happen. Bomb enough of them, do it enough times, and you will eventually, if by nothing else, weed out all of the people that are the extremists, and then all you're going to have left over are the more fair weather people, and then they stop. So yeah, they won't stop. Okay, all right. Well, let's wait and find out. Might makes right. Yeah. Or you're just saying it's the same thing? Well, I'm saying that I think that in a lot of cases, it actually is. In many cases, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, yeah. I mean, they were, we're going to fight till the bitter end. Yeah, you say that until you watch your family members have their flesh melt off their body. And then, well, maybe let's not do this anymore. Let's think of a solution here. And so even Japan, exactly. And so it's very easy to solve these problems. It's just that in doing so, you have to be so brutal and evil that many people don't want to do it. And that's really what it is. They kill their own family members? Exactly. They get atomized? Exactly. The conflict won't stop for a while? No, but you'll definitely have the people that are fatigued from it that want it to end, at least temporarily. So yeah, it's that simple. These people don't think, bro. I think they do. I think they do. I think that I've seen a lot of interviews from like just random Palestinians. Yeah, they want this shit to be over. Obviously, some of them don't, sure. They're not stupid, like they're not retarded. Like they may not be educated in some cases, of course, because their schools are blown up, but they're not stupid. They understand clearly what's happening here. Yeah, tired as hell, exactly, yeah. And this is what's happened with anything. And yeah, you show them, it'll get worse if it continues. Yeah, technically Japan surrendered before the bombs were dropped. I'd have to go back and see. I don't remember that myself. But yeah. And most people don't like war, and few that enjoy it, though, being in battle. Yeah, and the people that enjoy being in wars, generally there's an expiration date on that, and it's pretty fucking early, right? Oh, it's actually happening. Wait, so wait, what? Oh, shit.
We have former National Security Advisor for President Trump and former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, John Bolton,
Sanders.
and CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny. Ambassador, what did you think of the meeting? Did you think that it went well, better than it could have gone for sure?
Well, I would say it was a normal meeting, which is progress. But remember what the iconic French Foreign Minister, the Marquis de Talleyrand, once told his young diplomats: don't get too enthusiastic in your work. And I've always found that good advice. They had a normal meeting. That's great. Now let's see what happens.
I think that's fair for him to say that. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of meetings and a lot of conversations.
You, in an op-ed you wrote for the Wall Street Journal, talked about the silver lining being that
Bolton's a huge warmonger? Yeah, I think so.
Fire not being reached in Alaska actually helps Ukraine. Help us understand why.
Well, I think a ceasefire along the existing front lines on the battlefield, then followed by what could well be very extensive negotiations lasting months, years, could turn that ceasefire line into the new Ukraine-Russia border. There's always a risk of that. It's happened in numerous other UN peacekeeping operations, in the case of Korea in the 1950s. So there's a big caveat to that, which to carry on the war, Ukraine still has to have necessary military support from Europe and the United States. It sounds, so far at least, like that could continue. I don't think the Russians are going to negotiate really seriously until they suffer reverses on the battlefield. Putin thinks he's on a roll now, and they are gaining small amounts of territory at an exorbitant human cost.
Yeah.
I think if those the movement of the troops was in the other direction, he'd be a lot more eager to talk.
Can you help us understand, Jeff, how the White House, how President Trump...
Yeah, I mean, if he's winning, then yeah, no, you go fight Putin then? Easy to say when you're not fighting Putin. Like, I think that a lot of people need to cut out the idea of like, oh, go fight and die for honor when you're sitting in your air-conditioned room. Like, this is easy for people to say. Of course.
Seize Ukraine's land. And what
you don't surrender when you're winning.
He believes
exactly.
Zelensky needs to cede to Russia. We saw the post where he said Crimea, basically said that Zelensky should give up any claim to Crimea, which was illegally annexed.
I think that's going to happen, by the way. I do. I mean, Russia annexed it already. You want to talk about illegal? Who decides what's legal? If Russia doesn't acknowledge the authority of them saying it's illegal, then it's his. That's it. The winner. Yeah, exactly. Illegally, like what a stupid thing to say. International law? What does international law matter if you can't enforce it?
By Russia in 2014 and give up any desire or hope to join NATO. But of course, there's a lot more land besides Crimea in question here. How does he view that? Is it like a bargaining chip? Yeah. What does he see?
Well, he certainly does not view the land in the way that President Zelensky does or the people of Ukraine does. I mean, for President Trump, it's just something on a map that he's not that familiar with. It doesn't take that much interest in. But I think going into this meeting specifically by saying a no Crimea and a no in NATO, that is what was his kind of opening bargaining point here. I'm not sure he is that interested in the fine print of what specific part of the Donbass is going to a Russia or if a Ukraine can hold on to. But I think that he is willing to, it sounded Friday like he is willing to effectively agree with President Putin's view of that. But I think one thing that strikes me in this, I mean, President Trump said he wants a trilateral meeting to come from this. Putin has never agreed to that. So I think after this meeting, President Trump said he's going to talk to Vladimir Putin. He said he's expecting my call. So if President Trump is able to coordinate a trilateral meeting that would happen sometime in the coming days or weeks, that would be significant. That's something that has not happened yet, of course. But I think it's important to point out that Putin has not agreed to the meeting, and he has insisted on effectively wanting to buy more time. And so we'll see how quickly that meeting is scheduled. And in terms of crisis being averted, I think you make a very good point. It was a normal meeting. We have zero idea what's happening right now in the Oval Office or what is going to come up when the European leaders sort of join this. So I think it is very, very early on, probably at the first quarter of this very consequential day in the White House.
Ambassador, when you look at what's been reported about what is on the table regarding a potential peace deal, you're talking about some sort of security guarantees in the form of a reassurance force that President Trump, as you pointed out earlier, Jeff, would not rule out U.S. forces being a part of, even though he's been skeptical of it, expressed skepticism of it before. And then also this idea that there would be some kind of Article 5-like agreement between allies of Ukraine to intervene if Russia were to advance its incursions down the road. Is that actually enough to keep Vladimir Putin away from his ambition of remaking the Russian imperial order?
I think we're a long way from any of that. I can't wait till the MAGA base hears that Donald Trump has committed American combat forces, U.S. forces against Russian forces on the line in Ukraine if the Russians violate the ceasefire. One nuclear power directly against another nuclear power. I don't think that's what they signed up for with Donald Trump, and I don't think he's necessarily thought through that implication either. He wants a Nobel Peace Prize, and he wants it now. So he's willing to say a lot of things.
What is he talking about? What is this?
He didn't really commit to anything. You could have all kinds of U.S. troops in Ukraine, as we did before the invasion. We had train and assist missions. They weren't there to fight anybody. They were there to train the Ukrainians. That's very different from a combat force. And in terms of Article 5,
yeah, I mean, it is a little strange. Well, he's just trying to make the people that voted for Trump look like retards because, like, there's a chance that, like, I don't think anybody wants troops to be sent to Russia. Who the fuck would want that? Or to be sent to Ukraine to fight Russia? Like, yeah, who the fuck wants this?
Steve Witkoff said this yesterday in an interview with Jake Tapper. I've listened to that portion of the interview several times. I don't understand it at all because Witkoff started with Article 5 and then started talking about enshrining a Russian commitment not to take more territory in Ukraine, not to take any other territory in Europe in Russian law, which doesn't have anything to do with Article 5 or Article 5-like guarantees. Moreover, and I hate to raise this point, but the question of what Article 5 actually means in a non-NATO context.
Yeah, and I think also who would want all the young male Americans to put themselves in danger for their optics? Well, that's the point again. And this is like, it goes to what I was saying before, is that so much of the focus that people like this have is totally around the optics of a conversation and not the outcome of the conversation. Like, what is the practical effect of this? That's less important than how people see it.
Very much up in the air. And so you'll forgive me, I'll read 6 words from Article 5.
Yeah.
That the parties, when one is attacked, it's one attack on one is an attack on all. What do? They are, quote, to take such action, each party, take such action as it deems necessary. As it deems necessary. And then it says, including the use of armed force, meaning you're not required to use armed force. You could. Or you could send a note saying, that's
stop
terrible.
doing
Do
it.
let us know how it turns out.
A lot of wiggle room there,
That's
as
right.
you point out.
Yeah, obviously that's the case. I mean, of course they're not going to go and commit to something entirely. I mean, who the fuck would go and do that? That's insane. What is this, psycho warmonger gets off to Americans dying in foreign wars? Well, yeah, I don't think anybody wants to have Americans go to a fucking, like, a foreign war and start fighting all this stuff. That's insane. Why would anybody want that? That's crazy. Like the UN enforcing human rights abuses. Yeah, the thing is that in my, like, this is just my viewpoint, okay? And I know people might not want to hear this. I don't take any international law seriously at all. I don't. And the reason why, or any convention or any, any sort of like treaty or anything like this, none of this is real. It's all bullshit. And the moment that a country that is powerful enough to overrule it says it's not real, then it's not real anymore.
So with that, let's bring in the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. no stranger to talks with both Zelensky and Putin. He served as CIA director and as the Secretary of State, of course, and as a Fox News contributor. So hard to think of anyone better to assess what's going on in this room and what the prospects of this meeting may be. Good to have you with us, Secretary.
Martha, great to be with you. Thank you.
So tell me what your thoughts are, having watched this very unique format of this meeting. And now, of course, they're going to go behind closed doors and push further on what all of this would look like in terms of a security guarantee.
Martha, you hit on the conversation that they're going to have. It's going to be, what is the shape of this security guarantee? So President Trump has made clear Putin doesn't want NATO as part of Ukraine. Fine, but we're going to give them something that looks and feels, from a security perspective, a lot like that. President Trump's been a little coy about exactly what America's...
I don't think exactly like that is not really the case. I mean, as far as I know, I don't really see a universe where the American people would support ever directly opposing Russian military. I just don't see it.
Role will be in that. But boy, if you talk to the naysayers over the last 6 months about what President Trump might be willing to do, President Trump is in a very different place. He is, again, putting real
Article 5 is very vague. You know, I understand that it's very vague, and their response could be anything.
Pressure on Russia. Think about this meeting alone and the unanimity you saw in that room today. Putin watches this too, and he says this is a united front protecting Europe in a way that it has not done for an awfully long time. And so that is a wonderful thing to convince Putin to change his mind. Having said that, the one thing I think I may disagree with others on, or maybe even President Trump, I have not seen Putin prepared to give up anything material yet. I haven't seen him agree to anything significant that would materially change how Zelensky will have to think about the risk associated with coming to an agreement with Putin. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he'll permit the security guarantees at the level
That's another thing, too, is that because Putin is like, I don't really fully understand like the Russia political situation, but what I do understand is that Putin has to pretty much maintain strength. You're so wrong about Russia, Ukraine, not visiting any nuance. I'm just going to permaban you. If you have an insight and you have any sort of input, I'd be willing to listen to your input, but telling me that I'm wrong isn't input. It's not an argument. It's not adding anything to the conversation. It's just stop saying the thing that I don't want you to say. Yeah, you have to give reasons. Just saying, no, that's not true. Why would you, why would you even say that? Yeah, you have to elaborate on your point. Yeah, this isn't Reddit. Like, yeah, it's just annoying. Yeah, like, I mean, again, I have no problem listening to people's viewpoints, and I think that I have, but like, if you're not even presenting anything, you're just saying wrong. Like, why the fuck would I want to do that?
Change how Zelensky will have to think about the risk associated with coming to an agreement with Putin. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he'll permit the security guarantees at the level that will be necessary, because it will have to be big and robust and real, not just a paper agreement like the Budapest Memorandum.
Every agreement is paper. Every agreement doesn't matter. Every agreement can be broken, and no agreement really means anything. It doesn't matter. Like, what can they do? Yeah, this is all bullshit.
In the
China,
early mid-90s, this will have to be a serious security commitment, and Putin will have to accept that. I'm not convinced he's there yet. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he said, yep, that'll be fine by me. I also haven't seen any willingness to return those 20,000 children that he's taken. You know, we talk about hostages in Gaza, 20,000 children being held by Russian forces.
That's a lot.
Inside of Russia today. So there's still much work to do. The fact that the Europeans all came to Washington today to support President Zelensky and President Trump in this effort, I think is an enormously good thing.
These children, many of them are orphaned by the war. They were taken to Russia.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. Here's elaboration. Giving Putin land from Ukraine just gives them the green flag to take more land. Putin has never honored any ceasefire or peace. In a few years, he will do the same shit again and trying to take more land, put it on repeat. Yeah, we've already gone over that conversation like 15, 20 times. Like, I mean, again, I know there's obviously like new people that come in that like, you know, maybe they didn't see that before, et cetera. And I think that you're right. But again, I think that decision should be made by the Ukrainian people, right? If they're fatigued from Putin doing that, then I would support them. If they're not, they want to keep going, I would support them too. Like that's it. They're not killing the kids. They're basically orphans, so they have to set them up somewhere in churches. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know anything about this. This is the first time I'm hearing about this.
Some of them are not orphans. Some of them have parents who are waiting for them to return. You know, but I want to get back to this security guarantee and what shape it takes. And if you're put yourself in Putin's shoes right now, because you've certainly watched the man at work closely. Does he see any distinction between Ukraine becoming a member of NATO and all of these countries who are unified? We just heard the president of Finland call it Team Europe and Team US.
I think that's a good point that she's bringing up here, is that if they're all defending Russia, if they're all defending Ukraine collectively anyway, why would it really matter whether they're part of NATO or not? Because like they're effectively being defended as if they are.
Making a security guarantee? What is there any
NATO? You think NATO bases? That's a fair argument. I think you can make that argument because you can compare it to the Cuban Missile Crisis and how America reacted to that. I think that's fair.
Between those two things for Putin?
No, Martha, probably not from his perspective. Two thoughts. One, he often says, or you even see people in the United States say, you know, it's right for Putin not to want NATO on his border.
Yeah,
we just saw the Finnish leader. We have NATO on the Russian border today. So that's just that's a ruse that Putin puts forward. It depends what the shape of that security tool is. Is it multinational? Is it real? Are there real weapons, real forces, real intelligence sharing? Is there a shape to this that looks and feels like NATO, or is it just a scattered outpost? Putin would see those two things very, very differently. If it does take a shape of something like you have on the Finnish border or up in the Baltics, or a real NATO force, if it looks and feels like that, I don't think Putin will see much difference.
All right, Secretary Pompeo.
That's probably true. I mean, like, I think he's probably right about that, honestly. I would say so. Yeah, we shouldn't have NATO on their borders, but NATO expanded. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to. I don't know like what their official stance on it is. It's not looking good. Trump interrupted the meeting to call Putin, and Zelensky canceled the interview. Zelensky canceled the. I don't think that's true, man.
Thank you very much for weighing in today. As watch this meeting that was hastily put together at the White House, but it was quite impressive. In terms
I keep hearing this, but I'm not seeing anything about that that's
click
true.
Here to subscribe.
Give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and link you guys the video real quick. Hot Mike catches Trump saying he thinks Putin wants to make a deal for me.
Jeff Zelensky.
What?
I want you and our viewers to listen to something that the President Trump, didn't intend to be public, but his mic was hot. This was as he and the other European leaders were sitting down to the meeting, and he was talking about Vladimir Putin and what Trump believes Putin will do for him personally.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds.
Jeff?
A couple of key words in there are for me. I think he wants to make a deal for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not altogether surprising that President Trump thinks this. Whenever there's a hot mic moment, we're always slightly more interested than when it's something that he would have just said. It's not actually all that dissimilar from things he said.
I think this is so stupid. Like, you really think it's a hot mic moment? He's sitting in a room full of reporters. Like, I mean, he's sitting in there. Everybody's looking at him. Like, I mean, if it really, like, what is this?
Throughout the campaign. But what's different about it now is the whole comment there, wants to make a deal for me, that was at the root of President Trump's entire argument that I can end this on day one. That his relationship with President Putin was so strong from that first term. They were stablemates, as he once said on 60 Minutes, of which there was no evidence of. But this is just kind of the latest version of it. There's been zero evidence that President Putin is using his relationship with Donald Trump to do anything for Trump, to end it for Trump. So I think it was just a window.
I think that they're just trying to... I think that they don't want to see Trump end the war. That's my honest opinion. I think that a lot of these left-wing people do not want to see Trump end the war because it will make Trump look good, and that political capital will be used to delegitimize other goals that they have. That's what I think is happening. Twitter saying Zelensky interview was canceled because Trump and him are extending their talks and building further. Oh.
Into President Trump's mindset there, and perhaps not that surprising, but
yeah, I mean, it is a good point that most of what President Trump said.
It's going to look pretty fucking good, right? I mean, if Trump is able to end this war before like the Republican midterm elections or the Senate and like House midterm elections happen, that's going to look really good for Trump. And I think it will make all Republicans look good. It will have like an AOE effect, and it will make all of them look good. And so that's really the reason why. Yeah, it's super good. Yeah, exactly.
Says you don't need a hot mic because he just says it on the mic that he doesn't care if it's hot or not.
I mean, he actually said it just earlier.
But yeah,
but for me versus for Biden, this is Biden's war. He said sitting in the Oval Office with Zelensky that they had agreement on Friday.
And you can see how like a lot of this is all based around optics. It's not based around like kind of what's effective or what's useful or what's helpful. It's based around something sounding a certain way. Like, oh, this is the word that he used. I don't like the fact that he used that word. Very weird.
Putin agreed with him that
very
had Biden,
weird.
You know, had Trump been in office, this war would not have started the way that Trump had been arguing forever. And so he loves the thinking through his lens that just by his presence and being, that
this is just all it's all fucking what is this? How is this on the mainstream? How is this on broadcast television?
World events would have been different.
But it's been 8 months and he's not been able to end it.
Yeah. Well, but is there any evidence that what Donald Trump clearly believes that Putin will do something for him is true?
Look, maybe it's true, right? I mean, there's a possibility that it's true. Also, I just wanted to bring this up real quick. To be honest, in defense of people say their opinion's a bit of a rush without an explanation. It's hard to have a conversation by typing someone 50K viewers and continues to show. Many of the viewers probably aren't native English speakers. I think that you just proved yourself wrong because you included an argument, an explanation, and a response to what I said all inside of one message. So by the fact of you sending this message, you've proved your message wrong. Wrong.
That Putin will do something for him is true?
Look, this is evidence that Vladimir Putin in Alaska got the magic working again, that KGB training to assess people, to see their desires and their weaknesses, got him right back where he wanted to be. And the point that there never would have been a war had Trump been president. Vladimir Putin said 4 weeks after the inaugural in response to a reporter's question in Moscow, and I'm sure it lit Trump up at that point. So Putin will get another chance tonight after the Europeans.
I don't think that you have to be a KGB agent to know that. I mean, I feel like 8th graders could figure that out. It's so embarrassing. Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it?
Work Trump over to work him right back. It's just like a vaccine.
Knowing that's a whole different conversation. Knowing President Trump the way that you do, what is that conversation, that phone call that he's going to make? I know I'm jumping ahead right now, but I'm just curious what you think after this meeting is done. What's that phone call going to be? And how important is it that it's Putin who's going to get the last word at the end of the day with that call?
Well, I think the unspoken issue here really is land. And if published reports
unspoken
this country are true, that Putin basically said, if I don't get Donetsk, there isn't going to be anything, and you have to
I think that's true, by the way. I don't think Putin can leave the war without getting land out of it. I don't think so. Like politically in his own country, I think that if in Russia, after 3 years of the war, all they get out of it is nothing, I think that's going to make him look really, really fucking bad. He needs to justify it. Yeah, there has to be a justification on his end. He needs to save face. Exactly. Yeah, he has to save face or something like that happens. So what? What do you mean, so what? I mean, like that's the reason why he would want to keep the land. I mean, yeah, it's the optics. Yeah, it's the optics of it. Yeah, it looks, and also it looks bad. It looks really bad. Oh, wow. Our glorious leader, fucking went for 3 years and couldn't beat this country that's like a fraction of our size. We think we're the greatest military in the world, and nothing happens. And at the end of it, the only thing we get out of it is a bunch of people that are dead and all of our tax money getting evaporated. Yeah, they're going to be fucking mad. Absolutely, they will be. Yeah, I mean, those provinces are going. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, he's supreme leader. That's ego is all. Here's the problem, though. Is like a supreme leader or any position that's like a dictatorial role is very, very volatile. And if you look like you're weak, people are going to, you could get fucked. Right? I mean, he already had that military coup that happened like a couple of years ago, right? With that Pringolfiner guy, whoever the fuck his name was. And, wow, what a surprise that this guy and all of his friends died in a helicopter crash. And so he's already, Prigozhin, yeah, exactly. Like, it already happened before. Yeah, the Wagner group, exactly. Like, so to say that this is, like, not possible or it's, like, unheard of, it's already happened once. They're all dead now? Yeah, they're all dead now. They are all dead, and the reason why is because, again, and I think everybody in Russia, like, if you were to ask Russians, do you think Putin had anything to do with that? I bet a lot of them say, like, yeah, we know this happened, right? And I don't think they care, because at the end of the day, if this guy is in charge and he is a powerful force that you think is working on your side, and you think that basically he brings home the bacon, then people are going to support him even if he does horrible things like that. It doesn't matter. But the problem is that if he does these horrible things and he is this bad guy, and he also isn't bringing home the bacon, he's not getting people these, he's not getting them new land, he's not expanding, back to the USSR, well, then he looks like a loser. You see what I'm saying here? That's basically it. And so he, like, I mean, because there's a political expectation that he has too. That's my point that I'm making.
And say, if you give Russia Donetsk, the rest of the province, the 30% Russia doesn't control, then a lot of these other things are possible. And if that is rejected by this group, Trump is going to report that to Putin, and Putin's going to say, I told you Zelensky was the obstacle to peace. And that's the next part of the manipulation. I'm doing this for you.
Well, Zelensky is obviously the obstacle for peace, because if Zelensky would just give up and give away all the land, then everybody would be happy. Russia would be happy. Trump would be happy. America would be happy. Everything would be great. Yeah, all they have to do is give up. They have to get rid of Ukraine now. Like, that's the only thing, right? I mean, it's just like this like one little thing, and then that's it. And so I want to say again, this is the this is another arguer, right? I strongly disagree. You're from I'll take you're ignorant. This is exactly it. These people are addicted to any form, or sorry, they're allergic to any form of specific language. I have no problem with you coming into my chat and disagreeing with me, but you have to have a reason for it. You can't just come in and say wrong, dumb, stupid, no. What are you doing? Why would anybody want to hear somebody just saying no? It's a ridiculous thing to say.
Donald, we're on this together. Zelensky is the problem. And again, that's why all the European leaders said in the public part of that ceremony, all of us here want peace, meaning including
the KFC
Zelensky.
guy.
I think that's the first place Putin will go at. Whether he gets a chance to go after the security guarantees may not even be necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think that's something that Putin needs to do. And I feel like also, like, you have a lot of these people that, you know, they give this insight on, like, these panels as if this isn't something Trump knows is happening. I mean, you'd have to assume that Trump is functionally retarded to think that he doesn't know that obviously people are going to tell him what he wants to hear. I mean, like, really, like, how do you expect that's not the case? It's very obviously the fucking case. But for some people, they just don't understand it. So this is a poll from Ukrainians. Obviously, you know, all of this should be taken with a grain of salt.
There have been some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 3/4.
See, anybody could have predicted this. They're getting killed. They're all getting killed. Like, obviously, it sounds good to stand up to injustice, but whenever you're just getting bombed and killed over and over, there's a degree where people just give up. Like, yeah, I mean, and they try to just, you know, cut their losses and move on. And it's not fair. It's not right. It's not good. It's not moral. But, you know, if you're the person that's standing on the other end of that gun, you know, your opinion on it is going to be different. It makes sense. Yeah, the fatigue's a real thing. Exactly, right? As a Ukrainian, I think the negotiation number is way higher. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. You invade and want my land or I'll die? It's a piece of fucking dirt. Take it, I'm leaving. That's what people are going to say. Yeah, of course people are going to think that. Also, it's not like Ukraine ever had a chance against Russia. Well, they do because we're helping them, and so's the European Union, and that's a good thing. But yeah, obviously it's massively changed. And I think that, you know, again, 3 years of having people in your city or in your country get killed, people that you know get killed, cities that you've been to get destroyed, there is a certain amount of fatigue that sets in, and that's it. And it's understandable, right? I mean, it really is. And that's the reason why I said, do you remember what because I've been saying this, because I mean, again, see, I'm the kind of, like, everybody gets mad at me for doing this because I just assume things. I do. I just assume things and I just make guesses. I'm like, yeah, I think that's the way people feel. That's exactly what I said. Of course. Of course. Big surprise. After 3 years of getting bombed, people are tired of getting bombed. Sure. They don't have a chance because they have less people. Well, there's a lot of other reasons for that too, right?
73% agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this position. Now, of course, negotiating to end the war as soon as possible, that's a bit more nuanced, right? Ukrainians don't want to agree to all of Russia's demand, but I think the idea of even there being some territory that would be not formally recognized as being given that Russia could in fact stay in, that does have majority support, but the idea of formal recognition of Russia's demands, absolutely not. All right.
Well, it depends on I mean, like, it's not a blank check, right? People are more scared of their own government. Men above 25 barely leave their homes to not get kidnapped and forced into war. Yeah, but, like, if you're barely leaving your house because you're worried about being forced into war, guess what's going to happen? You're probably not going to want the war to continue. So, like, and it makes sense, right? I mean, obviously, that's what would be true. Yeah, I'm sorry, but this whole thing's a mock battle. Well, we know they have a chance, and Volodymyr just used them as trade tokens. I don't think that's there. And, yeah, I mean, it's then surrender. I mean, I don't think they should surrender, right? I mean, I think that there's going to be a negotiation. If someone took a piece of America, would you negotiate or fight? Well, it depends. So it really depends. Like, for example, like, let's say it's hard to speak from, like, the perspective of America because we have, like, the biggest military, right? But, like, if a larger country came over and they said, we're going to take this part of the country, and there's nothing you can do about it, and if you fight us for it, we're going to blow you up. Yeah, I'd probably just let them take it. I would, because you either let them take it and live, or die and then they take it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty easy decision. Pussy? No, I mean, like, you say that because it's not happening to you. Like, and this is the thing, right? Is like everybody always has this, like, you know, macho man, you know, fucking super aggressive mindset. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to fight back. I'm going to do this, you know, victory or death. Yeah, victory or death sounds like a great idea until you're faced with death. And then suddenly maybe there's a third option. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, that's the way it is. And you think that's not the way it is, you're out of your mind.
Why do you think that opinion has changed to the extent that it has?
Because plenty of people's family members have been fucking killed. They're exhausted. And they know that their entire existence is hanging on by a thread that's supported by foreign nations. They know, and I bet a lot of Ukrainians have anxiety about this, that what if the meeting doesn't go well and Trump stops helping us? Then what? Well, then they're dead. Like, that's it, right? It's the same thing, I think, in a lot of cases, like with places like Israel, too. Like, that's it. They know they can't win on their own. They know this. And because of that, I mean, like, obviously they can't, you know, like, Zelensky's not going to come out and say that, but it's true. And I think any reasonable person that lives there knows that. Like, people over there are not they're not stupid people. Like, they know what's happening here. And so when they know that their entire fate is being determined by, you know, again, Trump is very fickle. And he's unstable in a lot of cases, right? It's like one day, you know, it's this, the next day it's something else. It's hard to get a read on that. And whenever your entire existence is hinged on this guy that's like kind of unstable making a decision for you, well, you're going to have a bad time. You're stressed, man. A lot of people fought against superior forces and died until those forces are exhausted, and the ones left are the ones who wouldn't quit. Yeah, exactly, right. And well, I think it's the opposite. It's that a lot of the people that wanted to fight against Russia are dead. They're dead. So guess what? A lot of the people that didn't want to end the war and they wanted to fight until Ukraine won, they're dead because Russia killed them. That's it.
I think one of the big reasons why opinions have changed is this idea that this war is going to end anytime soon.
Didn't go very well.
Ukrainians don't think it will. Take a look here. Ukrainians on the war ending within a year. Just 25% say that it is likely. Look at this.
See, this is the reason why they want to give up, is because they know that it's not ending. Like, at this point, it's not like it's going to stop happening. This can go on for 20 years. Yeah, exactly. Morale is low? Of course. I mean, if you live there, I think I think many people would feel this way.
68% say it is unlikely that the war will, in fact, end in a year. And you'll notice, John, this 68% looks a heck of a lot like the 69% who say that they want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible.
So President Trump overnight ruled out Ukraine joining NATO, seemingly ever.
No, he said that before. That's not even new. He said that multiple times.
What do Ukrainians feel about that?
You know, obviously Ukrainians would like to join NATO. That has been a goal of theirs for a number of years. But the idea that that NATO admission will happen within 10 years, look at the color.
It's not going to happen. They know it's not going to happen. What a big surprise. They've been demoralized. Oh my God, what a shock. They don't need NATO to be safe? Well, NATO would make them more safe.
Collapse in this position. 2022, it was 64%. Now it is just half that level at 32%. So, again, this is one of the goals that, Ukrainians had since the beginning of the war. They no longer believe that it's achievable. Well, the idea that Russia is going to be forced out of all of that land that they're occupying, they don't necessarily believe that that is going to happen. So, again, I think this is one of the reasons why Ukrainians, they certainly don't want to accede to every Russian position. Certainly
This is a trench warfare. It's hopeless for either side winning. So this is my read of the situation. I think that you're right, but I think Putin has more to gain than they do, because eventually they will run out of Ukrainians. This will happen because they will eventually kill all of them. And then what? You see what I'm saying, right? Eventually they will kill the majority of the working age or fighting military age men, and that will be it. And it will happen faster than it will happen to Russia. I think that everybody knows that we're not going to send U.S. troops to defend Ukraine. Everybody knows that in a lot of places, they're not going to send French troops to engage in a war directly with Russia. It's not going to happen. And so because of that, I think that Russia, all they really need to do is keep the pressure on Ukraine for long enough, and then they will have to stop because they will run out of people. That's it. And they know that none of the other countries, the other countries will help them militarily, and, it will cost Russia a lot. But I think in the long run, Russia will, like Stalingrad, I guess, you could say that, right? But yeah, sure. Russia does have a large human resource shortage. Yeah, but I think Ukraine has more of one. That's it. Let's count Russia-Ukraine casualties ratio. It doesn't matter. Xerxes' army lost more than the 300, but the 300 died. It doesn't matter. Like, even if they're winning at a massive ratio, it doesn't matter if they're still getting overwhelmed and killed. So, like, yeah, even if they're winning with KD ratio, that doesn't change the fact that the outcome is still that they're going to die. That's it. And so absolute numbers are disproportional between both sides. Yeah, of course. Ukraine's lost way more men. Russia has higher supply regardless. Yeah, I'm glad Asman's finally coming around on this. Well, like, I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of a Ukrainian. Like, as I said, I mean, I don't think that they should give up the land. I don't think so. But I can't make that decision because it's not me getting my family members blown up in this war that I think from their perspective, a lot of them very clearly by these polling numbers, there's not a light at the end of this tunnel. At the end of the day, there's not. It's been 3 years. And like, so the idea of, if we just hold them off for this long, or if we just hold them off for this long, or if we just hold them off for this long, eventually, after 3 years of that, and there's no stopping, there's no relenting, it just keeps happening. Yeah. That's it. If Russia wins, it's all that's going to happen is war starting again in several years. Well, I don't know. I have no idea. Democrats are fuming right now. Trump made good movement towards peace. Well, I'll go ahead and I'll look at it in a minute. I can look at CNN and watch it after this. But yeah, idiots still trying to blame Trump. Well, I'll see right there. The day Ukraine gives up the front line, it's a matter of time for the final attack. Yeah, maybe, right? Russia's sending prisoners to fight. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter who they're sending. That's the thing. That was my example with Xerxes' army. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they're losing more people. It doesn't matter if they still win. It doesn't mean anything. Like, yeah, so is Ukraine. Yeah, it's smart. Well, either way, it just doesn't make a difference.
Not most of them, but the idea that they do want to negotiate an end to this war as soon as possible, that has now gone through the roof. Anyway. Again, we're talking about 69%, which is such a big difference from where we were at the beginning of the war when it was just 22.
Wanting to negotiate doesn't mean wanting to surrender. Correct. It means wanting to discuss, and not believing that they'll join NATO is different than wanting to join NATO.
You got it.
But you could very
much...
much...
They just think it's not going to happen. Trump ruled it out straight up. Like, he said it plain English, they're not joining NATO, period. So, like, I don't even know why they'd even be thinking about it. It's shocking that even 32% of them think it's even possible.
See how Ukrainian thinking has changed over the last few years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ariane, thank you.
Thank you.
So what people think you send the more skilled people to fight in the attrition war? People think that wars are like Age of Empires. No, you try to advance with the cheaper stuff. Yeah, of course. That's what they did with the drones and everything else, too. But it's also something that's probably only going to work once. If you let Putin get away with taking over other countries' lands, you send a message that this works in 2025, which is a dangerous path. Yeah, but it's also a dangerous path to have a nuclear confrontation. So, like, and that's the issue, right? And so, like, it's very obvious that you know, like you're not really comparing two very good positive outcomes. Like these are two very negative outcomes, and one of them isn't necessarily, I mean, I guess you could say maybe one's better than the other based off certain contexts, but in a general sense, I feel like they're both pretty fucking bad, man. And we're going to see, and I think this interview is going to be happening. Is it happening in 15 minutes? Because it should be, right? If it was at 6 Eastern time, that's 5 Central time, and that's in 15 minutes. I guess we're going to have to wait and see if it's going to happen or not. You think Trump is low on emotional capacity? I don't think that's true. I think that, again, like there's a big problem that I think a lot of people have is that they view their approval of something as somebody's intelligence. Like, for example, a person like let me think of a good example of this. Like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is a very clever and very intelligent person. If you can't understand how he's intelligent, it doesn't make him stupid, it makes you stupid. And I think that Trump is the same thing. Like, a lot of these people that have these positions are incredibly intelligent, reasonable, competent people. It's just that you disagree with them. That doesn't mean that they're wrong or bad or whatever. He's not that intelligent. Well, he's intelligent enough to create outcomes for himself that are positive. And that's always been the judgment that I have with everything, is that if you can create outcomes that are positive, you're smart. And if you can't, then you're stupid. It's literally that simple. I wouldn't call him very intelligent, though, when his state is burning. I mean, like, again, like, there's a lot of different types of intelligences, number one. And number two, maybe he doesn't care about that. Has it ever occurred to you that he doesn't care about whether his state is on fire or not, because that's not part of his goal? Why do people think that Putin getting Ukraine land will equal peace, and for how long? I think that, honestly, it's probably, like, I mean, the sanctions are probably detrimental to the economy there. And I think it would be better for Putin to get, like, I think his best possible outcome is get the land and then end the war and then start it again when the new president is in office. Like, if I was Putin, that's what I would do. I would continue the war and say, I'm not going to end the war until I get land. And then I would get the land, and then I would say, all right, guys, great, everything's good. And then the moment that a new president is in or somebody else is in that you feel like you can take advantage of, or a situation happens, or you have some sort of technology breakthrough, then you do the same thing again. And you're like, you know what, guys, I think I need another one of those territories. Jeez, dude. I think that we don't have enough space for all of our guys. Yeah, that's what I would do. If I was Putin, and and again, I'm not Putin, okay? I don't know if you guys know this or not. I'm not. But like, if I was thinking it as of him, Newsom won't let him encroach. Surely he won't.
Because, okay, fine, since you are...
Oh, God, bro, this guy really, he's got all kinds of... Honestly, I hope they never get rid of this guy. He's so funny. He's such a retard. He's such a retard. This guy was malding, demanding they need to raise taxes because they're out of money. Just a minute. Is there another one where he's crashing out again? Where is this? Intellectual prowess. Let me see. Is there another one here? How do you feel about...
How did you feel when Donald Trump called you accountant? What did you feel?
All right, he just addressed this. Thanks.
Please answer that question.
Okay, fine. Since you are begging, I do believe that Donald Trump is intimidated. I know. I think.
Okay, no interruption.
So let me just answer that. I do appreciate you begging. So I would just say it like this: that the president has always been intimidated by the intellectual prowess of black men, and so
I don't know how this retard got elected. Can you imagine being a resident of Chicago and like the fucking people getting shot everywhere, and like this guy's going on a tirade about Donald Trump, like DEI? Like, I mean, couldn't they pick somebody else that's also black? Like, I know there's like, I would say fucking 99% of other people that are black can do a better job than this. Holy fuck. But is this really the only guy? This is not the only black guy in Chicago. Just pick another one. He's not the only black guy there. He's upsetting. He has my first name. I don't even know what his name is. Oh, William. Oh, maybe that's it. Are there any more of these? Him getting mad. He's clearly freaked out by me. I don't know what this is. He's sensitive. Yeah, I bet so. I didn't even know this, man. Oh my God. But yeah, I guess that Brian Johnson is ruining Chicago. Wait, this is Chicago? Wait, what was that? Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, hey guys, but hey, it's Donald Trump's fault that he would do this, man. Why would Donald Trump do this? Chicago, wait, this is it.
We have reached a point of no return. The systems that people rely upon, education, healthcare, housing, our transportation, they are woefully underfunded. And everyone knows that. Everyone knows what, my commitment is to progressive revenue. I can't do this by myself.
The mayor's statement coming in response to a question about
What a fucking genius. Yeah, whose fault is that? He dumb as fuck. That not underfunded, mismanaged? Yeah, where's the money, Lebowski? Keep voting left? Nah, what a retard, bro. Like,
succumb to his tyrant rage. He is one of the biggest threats to humanity that we've seen in an entire generation. We are justified in our resistance to his.
What about the water? What about, like, I don't know, like, what about, like, the education, something like that, right? What about, like, you know, like the tax situation? Like our next president, for sure. I can see why Donald Trump is intimidated. I am, yeah. Trump is threatening to take over Baltimore, New York, Chicago, Oakland, and Los Angeles. 5 cities, 5 black mayors. Tell me again how neither Trump nor America are racist. That's right. And wait a second, this is darked out. Why is that? Only people that he follows can reply. I wonder why. Oh, wow. I wonder why. So you got, that's really what's going on here. You watch the town hall meeting clips, the citizens were going, yeah, everybody hates him. By the way, like literally, oh, here we go. Here we go, watch. This is the way people in Chicago feel about him.
Shut down! Make some noise! Thank you,
What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
LGBTQ+ community, know that this is the safest. Shut down!
This is the safest. Shut the fuck up, you retard. Oh my, it's funny. Yeah, it's amazing. What is this another one?
Promise. And the president has always been intimidated by the intellectual prowess of black men. And so, of course, he would speak in those
yeah, well, let's see.
Petite and puerile terms because he's small.
He's small?
I mean,
this is even him talking.
To deal with these.
Yeah, he an idiot. And let's see if there are any more of these. And gives a smart answer to a dumb question about billionaires and millionaires leaving Chicago. I don't know what that is. Probably something stupid too. And his approval rating is tanking. Like, so let's look at his approval rating. Let's see how this is doing. Let's see how he's doing. Is he cooking? Is he cooking or not? No, he's cooked. This is pathetic. This propaganda doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Well, the reason why is that there's a lot of black people in Chicago that are like, yeah, that's great. You're black. I'm black. All right, we're great. There's a shared identity here. But what about the fucking water? What about the crime? What? Yeah, I know that. But like, what else do you got for us? Yeah, he's indeed cut. It can't be that bad. Yeah, he was overcooking. Now he burnt. Reported 6.6%. Oh my fucking god. That is insane. How do you fuck up that bad? And anyway, let me see. Are these people asking him questions?
And said, you will not allow Trump to come in here and get these illegals. Yeah, you can smile. We're in $1 billion deficit. And you spent half of our money, half of that, on illegals. You campaign and double down that you will not raise property taxes.
I won't raise your property taxes.
You wanted to raise our taxes $300 million. They shut it down. Now we back here for $150 million. Okay. See, this is what we asking now. Since you want to crash out, some of y'all say y'all willing to go to jail for it. Trump, Tom Homan, make an example out this right here first. Please come here first. Spend our tax
Come and arrest him.
To go, Michael Rodriguez, you said to take Trump to court to protect these.
Look at him. Am I in trouble?
Legals. That's cool because we about to make all of y'all aldermen famous. Y'all think this ass gonna rat? I think not. Look, Chicago real. We not playing.
This was going to happen to you. You got Kash Patel,
and Pam Bundy that you're going to have to deal with sooner than later.
Oh, man.
Then it's going to be an audit. Next, it's going to be an investigation. Then it's going to be an indictment. Conviction. That's what's going to happen to
jail.
Mr. Brandon Johnson, I'm up here. I am speaking right now. So
He doesn't want to look at him, bro. He doesn't even want to look at him.
Your undivided attention, please.
He's not even trying.
I'll wait.
Oh, my God.
So this just proves to you the lack of leadership that you show in this city. You can't even give me straight eye contact. Now, I'm going to let you know now, the people of Chicago, we're done with you. It is insane how we have been voting Democrat for over 60 plus years, and we've never seen a change from people like you, Lori Lightfoot, Robbie Manuel. It is insane.
God damn.
Chicago was 37% red. In 2020, it was only 15%. So we're waking up. So you can.
So he just, yeah, that's bad. So he did such a bad job. He changed people's entire political affiliation.
Pretend that this isn't happening, but
man,
I know for a fact that
that's brutal.
You will not have that seat the next election.
You so strong about protecting those aliens, but you won't do nothing for the U.S. citizens.
Jesus, this guy having a bad time. And anyway, yeah, thank God, bro. Like, thank God. What a fucking retard, bro. Like, god damn. Like, yeah, this guy's a idiot, bro. Like, yeah. Well, not ever. Is this another one?
Division. Look, we are a welcoming city ordinance. Our local police department will not ever cooperate with ICE. Whatever.
Because you're solving other crimes, right?
Their constitutional.
Because you're too busy doing the crimes in the city, right?
Authority is.
Yeah, no, that's the reason. It's because he's busy. They're busy doing. He's busy arresting all the other criminals, right? They don't have the amount of time that they can do it. Chicago's cook. I can see why Donald Trump is afraid of him.
You all sit up there and say it.
I can see why. I can see definitely why a lot of people are afraid of him. This guy is a professional retard. He is. He's a professional retard. I don't even know what else to say about it. Kidding me?
In D.C. and get a carry and conceal to 2 weeks.
How do you do that? How do you go from 5 months to 2 weeks? You get the retards out. You just get the retards out. You fire the retards. That's it.
It used to take you 3 months just to get an appointment to talk to somebody.
It's that simple.
And take your information and your gun down there.
Yeah.
Now, you go online right now and they got appointments available tomorrow.
Wait, you can use the internet?
How does that happen?
What?
What changed? You put some fire under their asses and now they want to do some work.
Yeah. It's so easy. And the thing is that, look. Where's it at? Where's him showing it? Look how happy he is. Wow. Look at that. The impossible problem that nobody could solve was solved in 2 days. Can you believe that? Oh my God. That's crazy. What a surprise. This is, damn, what a big old shock. Nobody could have expected this. And let's see, what is this here? Yeah. Oh, good. Melons are great. He ain't got shit, but he got an iPhone.
Back, they arrested him on the street a few months later. He was homeless, living close to my apartment building near Union Station on Capitol Hill. and they went on to arrest him 5 more times. And
Don't they get sick of this? I thought catch and release was supposed to be for fish. These are the 2%ers I'm talking about, boys. I said, remember when I said all of our problems will be solved if you just get those 2%, you round them up, you get rid of them. I told you it's this fucking simple. It's 2% of our problem. All of our problems are caused by just such a small percentage of people.
released him from jail every single time at the order of the judge of the court. And for me, that was something that put his safety over my safety. They got his DNA.
Yeah, they sure did, didn't they? Yeah. Oh no, oh no. No. You know, I've said this before. I used to be against racism. And I'm still generally against racism. But I can see why it's fun. We all know exactly what this bitch is about to say. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it.
All right, it's August 11th. I am outside Union Station in D.C.
Oh, she got that bullshit on her ears, too. Oh, wow. We got ourselves an elite here. She's really about that life.
Where folks on the ground are telling me that they are about to start rounding up unhoused people tonight.
You mean homeless?
The folks here at the encampment in front of Union Station are handing out these whistles to give to unhoused folks. That way they have a way to call for help if they are kidnapped by federal law enforcement.
What do you mean call for help? Like, what do you think they're gonna do? Like, what do you like? What do you mean call for help? Like, call from help from who? Like, this is amazing. Like, you really, honestly, we need to have a system. I really want to have a system. I would do this where these people get to live with those people. I do. I would make a system like that. And I would, you know, everybody knows what would happen. Everybody knows. Yeah, it make it a law. Yeah, now you have to make it a TV show. Yeah, I like that. That's a good one. Yes. Trade their houses for rent. Yeah, they'll just annoy everyone with the whistling. Yeah, make it a show, call it Karen's House. Unhoused people, make it sounds passive, like they had no choice. A lot of people that are homeless are actually victims of bad circumstances. Not everybody that's homeless is a crackhead, drug addict, lazy piece of shit. I'm actually like, you know, as I've said before, I'm actually the most empathetic streamer. I think everybody knows that by now, but in case people forgot, I am. And so I know that these people have problems, but you don't solve those problems by letting them live in a tent outside the Washington Monument. That's not how you don't help them by letting them live in a tent and fucking crash out on fentanyl. Disconnect for 3 hours. That doesn't help them.
And so if you're in the area and able to swing by, right in front of Union Station, they have tons of these. Bring them back to folks in your community so they have a way to call for help. If you are not in DC, I'm going to tag Free DC Project. They are an excellent organization helping the community here locally. Definitely follow them, support them if you can, and help spread the word, because this is how a fascist authoritarian regime starts. So I will be on the ground in DC reporting on the shit show happening. So stay tuned.
So you just got another one of these privileged, overprivileged, obnoxious, delusional, suicidal empathy, upper middle class white girl that, I mean, let's be honest, like if you've got all this, if you are this young and you've got money to get tattoos like this, these are some good tattoos. You've got piercings, you've got all this stuff, you've got time to go out and fuck around with this. Your life is way too fucking comfortable. That's what it is. You have a completely comfortable life, and you don't understand. Like, this is a very overprivileged, exactly, completely overprivileged, massively overprivileged. She an OnlyFans girl? I don't know if she's OnlyFans. I've no idea. I don't really, like, as I said, I don't know about that. But oh, here we go. Homeless man is angry that President Trump is kicking out the homeless from D.C. Uh-oh.
He's saying he don't want to see a tent on his streets. He don't want to see. Yeah, it pissed me off. That pissed me off because here it is, no crime being committed, no drugs out there, no alcohol.
Tell me there's no crimes? There's nothing like that that's happening? What about, like, fucking, like, you really think that you're able to just make a tent and just live in a public park? Like, you can't do that. Like, you can't do that. Like, what do you mean?
Telling people, I don't want to see you out here. I don't want to see your tent because he take this highway every day.
Yeah.
Okay, take another highway.
Everybody's got to drive around you. We all got to drive around you because you want... No, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here. What is this? Is it a public health thing? Where do they take a dump? What you see over there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I once had a little respect for the man, but this here kicking a man deeper under the bridge.
Yeah.
You know, we already ain't got nothing, but he just kicking us deeper into the dirt.
As opposed to the good decision, which would be to let you continue living in a tent. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's really evicting a tent.
All because we got a tent up on somebody's property. Federal.
Somebody, I don't know. Oh, he's obviously like, you know you're bullshitting. You know you're bullshitting, and that's why you're trying. Oh, somebody, I don't know. Like, we don't know.
State somebody property, and ain't nobody handing out no signature. Nobody putting their signature on nothing. They all basically going by what Trump said.
Whose shopping carts are these? Not yours. What is this, man? This is like, bro, you know what this reminds me of? Remember the first day of New World, whenever everybody had their own little tents out? And like outside of every little town, there'd be a bunch of little tents. Fucking everywhere, right? I mean, they turning this shit back, yeah. Day one rust, yeah.
It's crazy.
I don't think there is any jurisdiction that spends the kind of resources that we spend to try to match people who are living on the street to we are planning based on the notices.
So you have a lot of money and you still have all this? Damn, good job. Good job. You guys really doing a great job.
We are planning to close this one tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My favorite part about this is the pride sign in the background. Let me get this straight. This is all about, like, you trying to do some parade where people are flipping their dicks around. Meanwhile, you got people living in tents. Where's the priorities here? What's in that bottle? Yeah, somebody says it's not apple juice. I got a feeling it is not.
To safe and affordable housing.
Uh-oh.
That is the underlying goal of this administration. It is what has driven Mayor Bowser since she came into office in 2015, and it's what drives us today. Now, there are challenges, and we try to work with those challenges, but I don't think anybody could take a fair assessment of DC and come away with any conclusion other than the district is working extremely hard on this very...
Really, nobody could come to that conclusion? What about everybody?
Very, very difficult problem.
Yeah. Yeah. It fucks the grass up too. Knock, knock. Get the fuck out of here. Can you imagine, bro, like, imagine being this guy and this guy has the big tent and you have this, like, piece of shit. Like, this guy is kind of like king of the castle, right? He's kind of like that guy. Yeah. He's kind of that guy, isn't he? The city? Yeah, it's the mansion.
He ain't doing nothing for the
Tax the
homeless,
rich?
nothing. All this voucher, that's gonna be years. All this shelter, you can only stay in the shelter so long. And the shelter's filthy, dirty, nasty. You know, but he telling people that actually living a clean, decent life, keeping the area clean.
Keeping the area clean, like...
No trash, no nothing.
There's no trash?
He telling them you gotta go into basically like the gates of hell, which is the shelter. You gotta go through there and you can't sleep outside in the damn street. On the streets, you can't sleep outside.
You can't sleep outside. That's right.
Out in the tent on the streets.
No, you can't.
You ain't bothering nobody. You causing no problem. They don't know if it's federal land or state land.
Does it fucking matter? Guys, we're not. There's no garbage anywhere. So you don't understand. Like, we're not doing anything. You don't understand, like, we're just, bro, like, we're just sitting here. Like, there's nothing going on here at all. Oh, no. Oh, my God. If they bring back The View, they got to bring her back on with it. They have to bring Rosie O'Donnell with The View. I feel like that would be like, it would be like when the 7 Deadly Sins finally connected with Escanor. And he finally rejoined them, and they could finally be one cohesive, powerful force. Like, that would be like Rosie O'Donnell joining The View. Straight up, bro, an elite Karen alliance. Straight up, real shit.
I left because I read Project 2025, and I knew what the Trump administration was planning to do, and now they're doing it. Yeah. And it's getting very scary. He's instituted martial law in Washington, D.C. to crack down on homeless people. Being homeless is not a crime in the United States. And he's doing all this to distract us from the Epstein files and from the fact that he was there and from the fact that he is a sexual abuser.
Oh.
That's the truth. And, you know.
That's nice. That's nice, Grandma. But, like, you still got a bunch of people building Rust bases, right? I mean, like, it's not like, but, like, two things can be true at the same time.
How many billionaires do you know have modeling agencies and run beauty pageants and walk in on the young girls naked and brag about it on Howard Stern? Warren Buffett doesn't do that. No, he does not. So, you know, this man
martial
is
law.
A disgrace to all of humanity.
Man.
And it's very scary what he's able to get away with. So I hope America wakes up pretty soon.
It's crazy. Like, honestly, I hope she never stops making these. I do. This is going to be great content for a long time. And so this is apparently, this was 2022. The song. The fucking song. Oh, God. This is 2022. Jesus. Wow. So this is how it was. And you can see all the flags and everything too. The embassies. It's very clear the government doesn't care about its citizens. Yep, I guess not. They don't give a fuck. It's so incredibly sad. It really is. It is, absolutely. And, oh no. Let me guess.
Hey, comrades, if you're in the DC...
I knew it! That was so easy.
area and you are houseless, I really, really urge you, for your own safety, to get out of there or get to the suburbs. Please.
Why don't you just let them live at your house?
He's talking about rounding houseless people up in the DC area. Please get out of DC.
I don't understand what this weird Karen obsession is behind not using the word homeless. Like houseless and homeless. I'm sorry, bro, but this is the same thing. It's not like one of them is good and the other one is bad. Like unhoused, homeless, like this is all the same shit. Like I don't even think one sounds better. Like it doesn't even sound better. It's just like it's just some made up bullshit that these people go and do. It's the same logic as an immigrant. No, that's a different situation, right? And what they're really doing to the homeless in DC, what are they doing? Let's see. Jesus Christ. Hey. No, you don't understand. What this guy really needs to do is he needs to live outside the yogurt shop for the rest of his life. That's actually what's going to help him. No. Being helped by the authorities and like having a place to go in. No. Absolutely not. It's a spit back. Wait, so are you telling me that they put the bag on him because he doing that fucking Jurassic Park Velociraptor shit? Oh my God. Wow, I did not expect that even for a second. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What is this?
That's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. What they're really doing? Yeah, exactly. So they got him, but they got a bag on him. This is sad and dehumanizing. What the fuck are the cops doing? Nah, bro. No. You think they put the bag? Like, really? No. Think about this. I'm gonna just ask you a question. Why do you think they got the bag on his head? Why has he got the bag on his head? No, go ahead. Explain it. Why is that? Yeah, he hitting that Hawk Tua? Exactly. Like, nobody wants this. What is it, man? I don't know. It's most likely for his privacy. So you don't even know? So wait a minute. So even I don't even understand. So let me get this straight. I'm gonna just this is what I don't understand from people like this, right? Is that you say it's for his privacy, but don't you think that's a good thing? So then how would it be dehumanizing? Because wouldn't you want him to maintain his privacy? So even under your own logic that you've created, it's not a problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's dishonest. Yeah, so even that. Now, no, bro. He's spitting on people, bro. It's nasty. Who does this? I can promise it's to protect them from the spit, bro. Believe me. I know. It's contradicting. Nah, it's suicidal empathy. Just like I said before, just like I say again. Homeless was made up to sound nicer than hobo and vagrant. I think vagrant sounds good. That sounds kind of cool, bro. That's like a fucking, like a wandering samurai or something, you know? Like a vagrant. That sounds cool. Like hobo is like, even that's kind of interesting. Like I think homeless sounds like a loser to me. Like I would say, yeah, vagabond. Yeah, that sounds way better. Like vagrant is a class in Dark Souls. Homeless isn't a class in Dark Souls. What about homo? I don't know about that, man. I don't think they have that class in Dark Souls. Well, let's see. I'll see if there's another one here. And is it protesters? Oh my God, it's protesters. DC is our home. You can have it from. DC is our home. Oh my God. You can have it from. Oh no. DC is our home. You can have it from. Man. By the way, man. We're Nevrons, yeah. We gotta do something about this, bro. Like, yep, there it is. Check out what they're doing homeless. They're getting them off the streets one way or another. Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy what this is.
But do you feel safe here?
I feel safe in this city. I live in a neighborhood.
Wow, because I look over my shoulder every day.
Well, maybe you look over your shoulder, but I'll tell you something. Here are two things that could be done to make this city safer. $1.1 billion was stolen from D.C. in the last budget bill. Give us that money back. We are down 400 police officers from last year.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, just give us more money. We're gonna solve it after that. Yeah, we're gonna just give us more money.
900 from our peak.
Oh yeah,
because stealing our money away. So let's.
It's crazy. No, somebody brought up a good point. Imagine if all those fat retards got together and they tried to build a house for those homeless people. They could probably build 3 houses. But that would take work and money and time and effort. It'd be a lot easier to sing along some fucking cringe little chant of feel good. That's it. They couldn't build shit. I mean, they probably have one guy there that could tell them what to do, right? I mean, maybe. That's a stretch. I mean, they could at least do something. They could at least try.
No, it had
they
nothing
could
to
try,
do with defunding the police. It had to do with taking
at least
our
try.
money away, our taxpayer dollars here. If people are afraid to come to D.C., go to Disney World, get fat, eat French fries. I don't care. I've lived here 37 years. I am not afraid. I live in the city. I'm not afraid of this city. If you're afraid, go ahead. Leave your fears someplace else.
But do you?
Nah, bro. Like, I wonder where this dude lives. I wonder where he lives. Do you think he lives around the Nevrons? I bet he doesn't. And also, like, this is the other thing, too, is that, like, he's an able-bodied man. And he's older, but he's not old. So you are in a position that you can defend yourself against most crackheads. The majority of crackheads, you could probably fend them off. And so you don't even think about this. He's in his prime. He's probably not in his prime. I've got a feeling he's not in his prime. But, and that's a compliment, right? But my point is that the guys that say this are the ones, you're cashing checks that 5'1", 90-pound women, you're writing checks that 5'1", 90-pound woman has to cash. Somebody who's disabled has to cash your check. Somebody who's 73 years old and has a comorbidity of maybe oxygen or something like that has to cash your check. That's the problem. Or a little kid, too. Exactly. And so, like, really, that you underestimate the strength of an average crackhead? Nah, the thing is, you have to understand crackheads, that there's a huge spectrum, right? There's, like, the elite crackheads. And then it's kind of like, you've got The Walking Dead and like World War Z. And it really just depends on what it is. Protesters. Oh, it's protesters. Oh, here we go. Please, we are protesting for the right for this guy to live outside the 7-Eleven until he dies in probably 3 years from a drug overdose. Please, please let him continue living outside the 7-Eleven. Please. This is so sick. How does this happen? Not a single one of them is helping him. And by the way, is there a single person in this entire crowd that isn't white? Us white people, we got a problem. It's all white people. I'm starting to see where some of those I'm starting to see, you know, Dr. Umar, I might start having to listen to him. He might have some, but you know, like, I'm really starting to see it. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. Two groups of people? Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, please let him continue living there. And let's see if I find any more of these. And if I don't know if there's any more of this, but that's pretty much where we're at. And anyway, this is pretty much what's happened. ABC News anchor reveals she was jumped by a half-dressed vagrant in D.C. Wow, I would have never expected that. This is a shock. Nobody could have imagined this could have happened. This is the last one we're going to watch, and I want to move on.
Well, yeah, he did it. Trump actually is going to have a federal takeover of Washington, D.C. Not only is he...
For now. Afterwards, it's going to be more places, too, because I guarantee you, once all the normal people in D.C. realize they can go to 7-Eleven without getting stabbed, they're going to be like, damn, this is not really so bad. And, like, he goes and shows those before and after photos, and, like, one of the before is, like, the first day of New World, and then the second one is just, like, a fucking normal fucking park. Everybody is going to want to have this happen in their city. Everybody is.
Deploying the National Guard, but he's also federalizing the Metropolitan Police Department, which is going to be run by Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
But it gets even worse than that, because he's going to have ATF on the streets. The FBI already has been on the streets. He's bringing in the park police to handle all the national park areas of D.C. that they run. He is taking...
Who would you want to have handle it? I mean, really, like, wait a second. So let me get this straight. So this is a criticism of Trump that he's having the park police the parks? What? Why would that?
Every step he can to bring in as much force as possible into Washington, D.C. He says it's to prevent crime, even though violent crime is at a 30-year low in Washington, D.C. He is going after, and this is a test.
I love that talking point, because, like, your 30-year low is still the top. It's the fourth highest capital of homicides, I think it's homicides or violent crime in the entire country. Like, you went from number 2 to number 4. And you want a gold star? No. No, that's not very good. That's bad. That's still bad. That's like being 600 pounds, losing 20 pounds and be like, see, I'm losing weight. You're still fat.
Do not get this wrong. This is another step towards authoritarianism. If you thought LA was bad...
It's actually crazy. Like, honestly, I wish they just replaced these people with AI. I mean, you could program a bot to say this same shit.
Wait for what he's about to do to D.C. Because he hates the sight of homeless people. They're gone. I don't know where he's going to move them.
The moon. They're going to the moon.
I assume into camps, and they're going to end up on farms somewhere.
So wait a minute. So they're camping outside, but the problem is he's going to move them, and they're already in camps.
Doing hard labor for people, because who's going to be able to check on homeless?
So what's the problem with that?
People, a lot of the time they don't have family, and the family that do don't know where they are. This is a dark day in U.S. history, and guess what? It is going to be only the beginning.
Well, one thing that I think is very nice is that even these crying retards here realize that this is only the beginning. And the reason why it is only the beginning. He's right about that. I'll tell you that. This is going to happen more and more and more. 39 stores are leaving New York City because it... Dude, is this video real? Like, what the hell? 39 stores are leaving New York City because of theft?
The NYPD is looking for several suspects in a drugstore burglary pattern.
Police say the suspects were involved in 8 different incidents where they tried to break into pharmacies by breaking their glass doors or rolling down those heavy security gates.
That would make sense.
Great, just what we need. A new robbery pattern targeting pharmacies in New York, many of which are having problems staying open. With Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid closing a combined 40 locations in 2024 alone, leaving New York with about half the number of pharmacies it had just 10 years ago. Before our leaders thought it would be a good idea to stop sending thieves to jail where they belong.
We've spoken to several managers at various drugstores around New York City. Though none would go on camera, all tell us they've seen an increase in thefts.
Millions of dollars in stolen goods seized in Queens and put on display for the cameras.
There's this huge problem that people think that it's okay to steal shit. And they view it's like I think that there's like a huge difference between somebody stealing like diapers and somebody stealing like fake eyelashes. I do. I think it's totally different, right? Like cosmetics, yeah. What is this? A TV? Yeah. No, what about piracy? Piracy isn't good, but there's no zero-sum environment. Like, theoretically, everybody could have a copy of, I don't know, Gladiator, and it wouldn't affect anybody's copy of Gladiator. So it's totally different situation. Piracy is totally different.
The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing, and accessories.
Yeah, we're not talking about stealing, like, milk and diapers. Baby formula.
The shoplifting concerns are part of a growing trend in the city, but due to current laws, many of those arrested were released back on the streets to do it again.
This man just came in, grabbed a whole bunch of makeup.
I love how they have catch and release. You know, the only other time I've ever heard of the word catch and release or the term is with fishing. Like, these people, they think they're fucking sardines or something. Yeah, what is this?
Stuff that was on the side and just ran out. Security tried to stop him, but he was already gone.
Rafael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
They have it locked up because sometimes they get boosters that come in there and steal their stuff.
I don't know if they're stealing it from here or they're stealing from another place to sell it.
Booster, big surprise. It's just people that steal shit.
Here, these plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
And it's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
To me, I would say that having to speak to an employee to get something out of a shelf is a huge deterrent for me wanting to shop at that store. I honestly, the reason why I don't want to talk to a lot of people, I just want to go to the store and I want to get something. And it's really annoying. It wastes my time. It's inconvenient. I don't want to interact with anybody. That's it. So American? Really? I mean, I don't know. I feel like... And I think also there's like the component of it where there's like an implicit expectation that you're a thief. And so I think that people don't like... Maybe I'm the only person that feels this way. I think people don't like that you're like... pre-categorized as a person who would have been a thief, basically.
So, nearly half of New York City's drugstores have disappeared over the last decade as retail theft continues running rampant. But what nobody's talking about is all of these pharmacy closures. They're happening 1 year after our leaders promised to get tough on shoplifting, a promise many businesses are still waiting for them to keep. And sadly, if you walk through any pharmacy in town, you'll be greeted with all the signs that the high crime environment afflicting our stores is here to stay. With location.
Yeah, we have this at Walmart. Like you have I mean, now they got underwear behind these things. Like, I told that story about underwear 2 or 3 times. I'm not going to tell it again, but like, I mean, it's hair coloring and underwear. That's it.
Throughout New York locking up their products because here we won't lock up our criminals.
Because stealing here's been decriminalized, making New York a breeding ground for professional criminals who take things that aren't theirs and then sell them on the internet or on the side of the street somewhere.
Perpetually funding illegal retail arbitrage businesses that will exist as long as shoplifting here remains a non.
It's also a good point is that when somebody steals something and then they resell it, that also takes away, like, effectively 2 sales from the company. Because, like, if you buy it from somebody who stole it, well, not only did the person take the inventory away from you, you also didn't secure another sale as well. It's really bad.
Available misdemeanor, provided it's peaceful shoplifting that doesn't escalate to a physical altercation with another person. As for some reason, our criminal sympathizer leaders don't think destroying security barriers or cutting security tags counts as violent behavior.
And that brings us to the real reason why New York is losing so many pharmacies, leaving many neighborhoods without...
I don't know how you could say that's not violent behavior. Anytime that you destroy or alter property in a way that's malicious, it's obviously violence. Like, I would say that, like, I mean, don't you define violence by, like, it's basically malicious physical action, right? Yeah. Behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Not an object? No, it's a thing. Yeah, I mean, that's what the dictionary says, right? And so, I don't know what else to say.
A viable alternative to get things like prescription medication or everyday basic items.
Many of these businesses were already struggling for a variety of reasons, and as retail theft continues to creep up, it erodes whatever was left in the store's margins, leaving them no choice but to shut down.
Ooh.
Something Walgreens alone did 22 times last year, leaving it with just 189 locations left in New York.
I love
However,
how the
as you're
only
about
thing
to
that's
see,
left
retail
is
theft
water.
isn't just a problem.
Like, if you go back and you look at it, like, it's just water. People stole all the sodas. Maybe people don't like cranberry juice that much. Yeah, Walgreens is on lockdown, boys.
For pharmacies that end up closing, it also raises the cost of living for every New Yorker, even those who already buy everything online from places like Amazon.
Revealing that as criminals loot and destroy these businesses, they're actually destroying New York City itself.
People try to make the distinction between how violence is defined in the eyes of the law and not the eyes of the dictionary. That may be different. They are interpreting what that means themselves. They are the ones that are inventing what the law says. You can't make an argument to authority when you're the one that's the authority.
So New York City has obviously got a lot of former retail storefronts that have been shut down. But if you want to see what out-of-control retail theft is really doing to the city, take a look at the stores that are still open.
Like this one, where pretty much everything is locked up behind plexiglass, except for low-demand products nobody's buying right now in New York, like sunscreen. Look at this. Even the picture of the product that is here. So
Damn, we are this far? So they don't even have it locked up. They have a printing. Oh my God. I've never seen something this fucking ratchet before. This is amazing. Not only is it locked up, but it's only a picture of it that's locked up. Wow. Yeah, it's an NFT, yeah.
Don't steal the actual product. Even it's locked up, so you don't steal the picture.
But on top of all this in-store security, you'll also see something else, a blinking camera array on top of this CVS with flashing lights meant to scare criminals into thinking the police could be inside, or at least watching. But sadly, none of this security is having the intended effect because our stores are still shutting down.
It's terrible what's going on.
Raphael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
I have seen it happen right in front of my face. This man just came in, grabbed a whole bunch of makeup stuff that was on the side and just ran out. Security.
So, as you can tell from all this security plastic, these places are getting robbed constantly, sometimes right in front of paying customers. And look at all the cracks around this product locker here on this tide. It's almost as if somebody...
I mean, you're not going to try to fucking go and fight somebody over this. Like, I mean, if I was at a store and I saw somebody stealing something, if I could, I would maybe report them, but I sure as hell wouldn't try to stop them. I sure as hell would not. Like, absolutely, I don't want to deal with that. That's not my problem. I don't work there. Fuck that. Shoot them? Nah, you can't shoot people like that. I mean, maybe the store can, but yeah, that's it.
He tried to tamper with this and break through it to get at the products underneath. And before we get into the unstoppable proportions this crime wave has now reached, look at who the real victims are from all this stealing. Now, of course, the store itself is a victim of crime, obviously, but the people who live near a place like this, they're the ones that suffer the most, because after a store like this is gone, where do they go to get the things they need and have relied on buying from it on a weekly basis?
Apparently not
what
there.
About the people that work at a place like this? Once it's gone, where are they going to work?
This is one of the big issues that I think a lot of people have. It's, he's like, where the fuck is, not there. And I think that there's another big issue is that a lot of people, they try to play this off as it's like kind of, oh, well, it's because people that are minorities get, get targeted by this more often. I think in poor areas, like, you're going to have more theft. I think that just makes sense. And if there's more minorities there, then yeah, that would be true. But when you have more theft and you don't have it, like, controlled, it hurts all of those people. Like, those are, like, the entire minority group that those thieves are a part of are all negatively affected by it. And it's kind of like what I was saying before about how it's like performative empathy, where it's like, oh, well, we're trying to help, these minorities and we don't want to have them be unfairly targeted by police. But what I don't think that they realize is that by not giving these people in these communities the ability to, like, control their own stores, they have the stores leave, people lose jobs, and it just gets worse for everybody. Is it unfair? I think that there's definitely cases where police officers are racist and interactions happen with a person that is non-white or a white person. It could be a racist black officer towards a white person too. But, like, I think I'm sure it happens, but it's not like you can't base everything off of that. These people care about their own community. They care about the effects. Well, what a lot of it is, I think, is that these people don't care about many of the people that are the biggest proponents of allowing people to steal things out of stores don't live in places where people are stealing things out of stores, unless they're the ones that are doing the stealing. So in a lot of cases, what happens is that it's these, in general, like, ivory tower, upper middle class, gated community people that are trying to dictate to these lower working class people that, no, it's actually good that you can steal things out of stores without realizing the second order effects of what that stealing causes. And that's what I was saying before about, like, the selfish altruism or, like, performative empathy, and about how doing it in order to make yourself feel good or sound good ends up hurting other people.
Oh, yes, every time a store like this shuts down over crime, the brand always says that they'll do everything they can to redeploy their workforce to other locations.
Of course they will.
But that just hurts everybody, because now the people who work at those other locations are going to have less hours because there's now a surplus of workers.
Yeah.
If the workers that were at a store that closed can even...
And it's also, like, if you're a worker there, so, like, if you assume that, like, let's just use a little bit of logic here, right? I mean, for, like, who's ever done logistics for a company or for an organization or for anything before? Let's say you have 6 workers. Each worker is allocated to be active 80% of the time or 90% of the time. If you are working at capacity, because it's logical that you would not overhire, you would probably want to have the closest percentage of employees to work as possible, right? That's why, for example, Taco Bell doesn't hire as many people to be working at 3 a.m. versus 3 p.m., just as a random example. And so now what this does too is it makes it to where the employees are now getting stretched even thinner because they've already got 2 jobs that they have to do, right? They have to maybe maintain a store area, and they have to also check people out. Like this happens at Walmart. How many of you guys have been at Walmart and there's one person working the electronics section, and you have to wait for this person to talk to 2 other people to ring somebody up, and then they have to go and unlock the thing out of the jewel case, right? All the time. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, what does that cause? That means that that worker doesn't have as much time to rest. It's more strenuous on them, and it's more difficult for the workers in general. Yeah, dude's busy as hell. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't even have, like, a moment or 2 to rest because you guys know, like, I don't know. I mean, I've only had, like, really 2 jobs my whole life that are, like, like, streaming. But most jobs, like, you're not working 8 hours straight. You're working for like maybe 10 minutes and then you stop and you like recalibrate and then you do something else for 10 minutes and then you do something else, right? There's going to be like intermissionary periods. The fact is that now, not really. I think so. I mean, yeah, of course, right? It's like, for example, like you finish a task and then you have to submit your task and then you have to go get the next task, logically, right? And so all the time that happens, you're going to have transit time with anything. It's travel time, effectively. And no cool on this one? No, I think so. Not anymore. They min-maxed it. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure that there's some jobs this isn't the case for. But I think in a lot of cases, it's very regular to have small intermissionary periods while you're working of maybe a couple of minutes until you do the next task. And what I'm saying is that situations and systems like this remove those intermissionary periods or they make them smaller. And that way people don't have as much time. Social services? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's going to be downtime.
Get to whatever location they've been redeployed to. But even if the workers can get to the new...
True as fuck. Yeah, of course, right? I mean, yeah. And also, like, logically, you would have to have downtime. Because almost no work is completely synchronously the exact same performance the entire time. So you're going to have ups and downs, right? And so what I'm saying is that these downs, there's a lot less of them if you have to do all these other activities.
Location, so can the criminals. In fact, they ride around on the subway here for free because we don't care about fare evasion either. And that's the real problem here, because if customers need a new store to shop at and workers need a new store to work at, criminals, they're going to need a new store to steal from, and everybody's going to end up at whatever store is still hanging on. And hanging on is definitely the best way to describe it after one Upper East Side pharmacy closed.
People do not like lawn chairs, apparently. Yeah, there you go.
Surviving locations said that they were getting robbed once an hour. And as you're about to see, closing stores is not going to put a stop to New York City's theft problems at all. In fact, it's only going to make it worse.
Another guy, while he was chasing him, stole candy.
And it's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
Walgreens said only economic headwinds are making it too difficult to cover.
So the reason it seems like theft is getting more out of control and thieves are getting bolder and more brazen is because they have to. You've got the same number of criminals, but now you've got fewer stores to steal from. Like this CVS right here. Its theft problems definitely got worse after the Walgreens, which was across the street, shut down. When that happened.
This is like what happens when I remember people tell me this. It's like when I go offline, the roaches scatter. And like people will be like, yeah, so like I started getting a lot of sexist. Why do they keep telling me stop talking? Why is this dishwasher talking? Why are they saying this? Oh, Asman went offline. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And any crime that was taking place split between the 2 stores now all has to happen at just one store.
You?
And you can tell from the lack of rust and dings in the paint on these cabinets that many of them are a recent installation here. And not only are many of these aisles completely walled off on both sides, you've also got that blinking security camera. The store's literally doing everything it can to deter crime. And that's because any surviving store is under more pressure now than it's ever been. And there's no way out from any of this.
Well, it's like if there's 100 thieves in 100 stores, people are probably going to steal from one store, right? Not everybody's going to steal everything from the same store because then you're going to run out of stuff. Like if you were stealing and everybody was stealing out of the same McDonald's or the same Walgreens, and you keep showing up with your bag, and then all the expensive stuff is gone, you're going to say, fuck this, I want to go to the other Walgreens. Right? Let's be honest, right? I mean, yeah, you're going to go to the other Walgreens, like, fuck that. And so, but if there's only 10 Walgreens, you got to deal with 10 thieves in each one. The DoorDash table gets raided a lot. Bro, if you are down bad so much that you have to be raiding the DoorDash table, like, how do you get there? I work in loss prevention, and the high shrink loss stores will intentionally overstock to keep a product available for customers. They surplus those stores not only to keep them in stock, but also to pad numbers. Good. Well, I need to start stealing peppered beef jerky then. Because I go to the store and they have every kind except for the kind I want. And I'm tired of it, man. It's pissing me off.
Unless, of course, laws were to be passed that made crime again. But since that's not happening, every single thing you see here are the last moves of a store that probably won't be here for.
You got to remember Listerine. Well, we played that game, right? The mouth-washing game. It's bad. It's real bad.
Forever. But you know, the real problem is all of this product security. It doesn't just deter thieves, it also deters customers.
These plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences that are added to customers who are simply there to make a purchase creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
Walgreens.
He's completely fucking right. Absolutely. Perfectly stated.
Said in a statement.
Friction is the death of retail. He's 100% right. And if it takes longer to buy things in a physical store, less people are going to put up with that. But it's not just the inconvenience factor that's a big deal here. All this security costs money. It's not free, because every time somebody wants to buy something, they need a human to help them get it. And that costs money. And that money.
Well, see, this is... A lot of people don't understand, like, allocation of time and, like, time management skills and optimization of those skills. So every employee's output is going to be min-max to the highest percentage that the company can realistically put it at, right? That's what you guys are saying, obviously.
He goes live every day for
That's
like
right.
6 to 8 hours.
That's right.
Every fucking day.
That's right.
And the problem is that would be fine if he was doing other things outside of content creation, but I know for a fact that he's fucking not.
I don't have time.
What he does when he ends the stream is most likely
lay
down in his cocoon on his bed and then go on the phone.
Yes.
But what I really feel, once again, obviously I think it's a very good idea for Asmund, and this is not even my place to fucking say, but I'm just saying this as gut reaction to seeing this for the first time. I feel like it's very good that he's willing to take time off for his dad, and God bless them both, and I hope they're all okay, and I hope Paul has a speedy recovery, and I hope he's all fine. But
it's appreciated.
But Asmongold needs to understand that, like, even if his dad is fine, and I hope that he is, the rate that Asmongold is streaming and making content is not sustainable. Like, he's streaming so long, so much, every day.
I've had my dad tell me the same thing. And like other people tell me the same thing, that I do too much. And I ignore other parts of my life. This is very common criticism I get.
With like you guys gotta understand, okay? You're gonna say, oh, he's a streamer, who cares?
It's a matter of just time. That's it.
I'm gonna tell you something that Asmongold will never tell you, and I mean this unironically. Asmongold says that he's humble, but he genuinely is a humble guy.
Oh geez, I should have pre-watched this. All right, let's go.
Asmongold streams for 6 to 8 hours almost every single fucking day. This isn't like easy fucking retard content where I'm booting up Fortnite every day and grinding with 3 of my buddies. This is like talking about serious issues going on in the world, high stress content, dealing with every people like scum retards like Hassan, coming at him every single day, calling him a pedophile and accusing him of killing his own mother.
I forgot all about
It's a very stressful thing that Asmund does. It is.
Yeah.
From streamer to streamer, it's a very stressful thing. And what's more than that is then he also has to be on top of the 5 videos that get uploaded, 5 videos max, to his main channel, and the 5 videos max to his side channel that runs every day, where he has to stay on top of his editors. Okay? That's already a shit ton.
I'm lucky enough that my editors basically just do their own thing. Like, I very, very minimal oversight.
Now, I do know that Asmund's at least attempting to do 30 minutes of walks every day. And, oh my God, guys, I even heard he's actually drinking cups of water.
I do every day.
Jesus.
I do.
That's big.
I drink water.
But the other thing is, he's also running companies behind the scenes. He's a head figure in a lot of companies that he helps run, and I'm going to mean this genuinely, and Asmongold will never tell you this. Asmongold works with idiots. He does. And what these people do is they say, Daddy, Asmongold, what the fuck do we do? And then Asmongold tells them what to do, and then they do it. Now, there's a lot of people that can pretend that they're on the same level as Asmund in these meetings, but they're fucking not. Every meeting I've ever been a part of in my entirety of working with Asmund was, Asmund says what to do, and the other people fucking listen. And that's just how it goes. Now, I've never been in any leadership position alongside Asmund. Obviously, I am in a leadership position in another company, but it's not with Asmund. And we don't need to talk about that. It doesn't matter. But that's every single thing that I've seen when Asmund's in a leadership position and I was in a talent position. He says what to do and then people fucking do it. And that is a very stressful thing. There's a lot of people that rely on Asmongold's word to do.
A bit of clarification. I never tell people what to do. I simply suggest what I think the best outcome is, and people choose to listen or not. And Tectone can confirm this. I don't tell anybody what to do. I simply say, this is what I think we should do. This is the right option to take.
Do anything, to operate for anything. And even when I was in a moment of stress, I immediately reached out to Asmund, and he provided me some clarity of which I will never turn my back on him. I will never stab my back, or I will never stab his back, because what Asmund's done for me, I will remember for the rest of my life. Even if Asmongold hates me, I won't even care, because of how good this guy has been to me my entire life. I will always be grateful for how much that he has helped me. And I hope I hope that I've helped him even 1% of how much he's helped me. I greatly appreciate this guy. I do. He's a good-ass dude, and that's why I constantly fuck over my own reputation by having this guy's back no matter what, which some people say is a horrible quality of mine, that I always have my friends back, but I do.
I do the same thing. Actually, I do. Yeah, I people's back. Like, yeah, that's it.
Even if you don't like me, if you've been good to me, I will always be good to you. Always.
Sure.
Let's keep going here. And by the way, I understand that Asmund feels this pressure to be live 24/7 because he feels like he's letting his community down if he's not. But I really...
Yeah, I think so. And it's also like, I mean, for doing daily news, I think people really want to see it. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, he's right about that. I mean, in terms of like being in a leadership position, I don't really make as many decisions as I used to. Previously, I mean, again, I think that obviously all decisions are going to be a group effort. I don't like to take credit for decisions being made. You know, of course, you know, sometimes that's what happens, but I just try to do my best to, you know, play a role and help people know what to do, right? I mean, that's it. And so, yeah, it's that simple.
Feel like he can shorten his stream hours to just do 4 hours a day, or just stream for 4 days a week for 6 hours.
I might have to.
Completely fine. Just have scheduled days off.
Yeah.
But this going live every single fucking day.
Yeah, I'm going to have 2 days tomorrow, next week that I'm going to have to take off. I just found that out yesterday.
Not sustainable. Okay, Asmund needs to get to a point in his life where he's ready to, because I know Asmund does want kids. I think it's time for him to find a woman that's
Oh, no,
not
what did my dad pay me?
I hate to be the guy who said it.
Oh, jeez, my dad
But
paid
I
him.
think it's time for Asmund to find a actual good woman this time.
Oh, God.
Who actually likes him.
Real quick, every girl that I've dated, publicly, they're angels, they're great people, they're amazing people. It was not them, it was me. Everything was my fault, nothing was their fault. Do not get mad at them. They were nice. There's nothing, it was all me. Okay?
And treats him
Sure,
well.
pre-watch.
But obviously,
Oh, man.
it's not my place to say. But from an outsider's perspective,
Oh,
you know,
God.
I just feel he often says no mere mortal can live with Asmongold.
I do say that.
And it's true, unless you were to pick up your fucking house, or even better, move and get maids. All right, let's keep going here.
And it is getting really hard for me to do. Oh.
Every single fucking day, or at least I try to, is to keep people at least moderately informed on what's going on and have somebody to talk about current events with. But man,
sure.
when Asmund goes on break, it's fucking boring as shit, bro. It is. It is.
Because there's no drama. There's no drama. I'm not creating problems anymore. That's
no one will ever fill up his boots. No one.
No, I mean, I just... you just stop dating content creators, in my opinion. I don't want to discuss my dating life. I just don't want to. It's been really bad. And I don't even want to, but I feel like life circumstances and what's been happening to me in my personal life, I just don't see a way to... I don't see a way to do all of that and not fucking continue killing myself, right?
No, genuinely. Like, you understand everything that I just said that he did. Stream, manage 2 separate editing teams, upload 10 videos a day, run companies, be the figurehead of those companies every single time, because he just gets it. Try to do a little bit of exercise, take care of his health, and on top of all of the drama and all of the bullshit that gets slung his way, and his dad has cancer. Trust me, I know how hard it is to go live and deal with, I mean, trust me, guys, if there's anybody who understands having shit slung at you every single fucking day, you're looking...
I know people might not believe this, but I actually don't give a fuck about what people say about me. It doesn't matter. Like, I'll read a comment and I'll be like, okay, this is another comment that says I killed my mom. Like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, I don't even really think about it because it's just like, it's made by some idiot, right? And like, this person doesn't know me. Like, they don't know like what's going on. Like, why would I even think about this or give a fuck? I mean, I probably cared whenever I was younger, but I mean, in general, it's not that big of a deal.
At the guy who's been getting more shit slung at him.
It's gonna wane you a little.
Viewer.
It's weird.
Like, you gotta
Sometimes that's
understand, per the amount of viewers that I have, the amount of mainstream appeal that people have towards me to shit on me every single day for things that I've never done. I think pound for pound, I am the streamer who gets the most shit pound for pound, the streamer who gets the most shit in this room. It's insane.
Yeah, a lot of people hate Tectone for no reason.
It's literally psychotic.
People hate Tectone because that he's loud and bald. That's the reason why. It's not even about what he's saying. It's just about, it's not the message, it's the messenger. That's it. I know that because people react the same way to me in different ways.
My mental battle's been crazy. I'm like even getting like health debuffs. Like I have brain fog every single fucking day. I'm not as eloquent as I
went through that for a while.
However, right now, I will say I had a kale smoothie this morning, and I feel as chipper as a squirrel.
The fuck is kale? That's that green nasty shit, right?
Chipper. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Regardless, I feel good right now, but I understand that Asmund has to deal with a lot of this bullshit. On top of that, he has family health issues, which are very rough to deal with. The other thing is,
very serious.
I don't feel like continuing this line of rapport or line of dialogue, line of monologue, due to the fact that it's going to get very dark very quick. But obviously, everyone knows how much Asmund loves his paw, and his paw is an amazing human being. Let's keep going here.
Sure. And so, yeah, that's it. I don't know yet, but that's really 6 months.
Beef jerky on the fucking floor. It's a lot, bro. It really is. He should just stream 3 to 4 hours every day.
I might have to do that.
I think we should be more understanding of people who are having a little bit of issues online and personal issues in real life where they only stream 3 to 4 hours a day. You know what? You're right. We should encourage more streamers to stream 3 to 4 hours a day, especially when they're dealing with some shit behind the scenes.
Sure.
You know, I feel like that's let's all say it together, guys. 3-hour stream. Wow, that's long. Wow, that's really long. That's really impressive. Brother is overworking. I have to do a little bit offline sometimes, guys. Every fucking day. Let's keep going.
And I don't go out. I don't do anything, and it's every single day. Ooh. And so make a third channel is wild.
Are people
so it's just like, yeah.
I mean, always.
I don't know.
Nothing special.
But that's pretty much where I'm at. I just want to let you guys know, that's something I have been considering. I haven't made a decision on it, and I don't want to do it. But sometimes I feel like, especially when I have days like I did yesterday, it's almost like
I remember
inevitable.
that was a bad day.
Yeah, that is. I know it's for the best, but man, that is fucking rough. I feel like the best thing for everybody to do is obviously just be supportive, because obviously Asmund has a lot of shit going on right now. But man, 6 months without Asmund, that is fucking miserable.
I don't know what I'm gonna do yet.
That is fucking miserable.
Yeah,
I think we all agree. We just want what's best for the guy, and we don't want the guy to himself.
No, I really appreciate it from Tectone. I really do. I'll link you guys the video, etc. It's not something I'm entirely decided on, but I've felt in a place that, I'm kind of I'm being pulled in a lot of different directions, right? And that's really it. And I genuinely wish you could meet somebody like my wife. She's a compulsive cleaner and perfectly counters all my messy tendencies. Yeah. I mean, look, if that would be great, but the thing is that, I'm me. That's a big problem. But anyway, stretch then, take care of yourself. Yeah, no doubt. And anyway, I don't know necessarily. I do really appreciate Tectone saying that and being positive and everything. Why am I not subscribed to Tectone? What the fuck? Anyway, I'll link you guys a video too. Dude's offering his wife cuck fantasy. He's not offering it. That's not what he's saying at all. You don't have to be weird. Yeah, don't be weird. What is this? Finally, I can focus on my life instead of watching you 24/7? Yeah, I don't know. Are you a generous reveler? I try to be a nice guy. Yeah, of course. I try to be positive. I'm always positive. Would you say you spend too much time with stream-related content prep besides the time you spend live? No, I usually prep for stream for like an hour where I plan out what I'm going to do, and then after that, I just kind of go. And that was it. And so, yeah, taking 2 days off, making one of them a YouTube upload day for an in-person video. Maybe, I don't know. Do a Ludwig opinion? Well, everybody does some stuff, and that's the way it is with some people, right? And, I don't know, guys. But anyway, I just, can we haggle for 3 months? Well, I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, for me, like, there's a lot of fatigue that kind of sets in, and I can kind of I'll talk about it for like just a minute, but then I do want to move on because there's like just other things I want to do today. There's a degree of fatigue that I have because like I was a caretaker for my mom from ages 23 to 31. And now I'm 35 and I have to help my dad with a bunch of stuff too, and I'm gonna have to help him a lot more, right? It's not like, you know, when you're 78, I hope that he will get better, but in getting better, he will also age over time as well, which will require more help from me. That's the way it is. That's just that's just the way it fucking is. And so it's hard to manage everything. It is. And especially whenever you know, like I'm here in Texas, and you know, we're going to be going back to Florida probably, you know, hopefully in a few months, and you know, I'll be able to go back and forth, right? And it won't be a big deal. But at the same time, you know, here in Texas, there's not really any other like direct family members or even indirect family members within like 1,000 miles, right? And so a hire good help. Yeah, I understand that. And I've offered that a lot, but I think that my dad really wants, and I'll be honest, I think he wants me to help him. He wants me to help him because I'm his son. And it's hard, man. It's hard. And yeah, I don't know. Like, this is what it is. I don't want to talk about it a whole lot, but that's where we're at. Gamers are dying out. Gentlemen. It's bad. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Sometimes things feel different, but you can't quite put your finger on why. Well, today you're going to find out why, because gaming has changed. We've got new data that suggests 93% of kids prefer playing games on phones. Not PC, not console, phones.
No. It's just because they don't know what it's like to play on a PC. They don't understand the glory. They don't understand the level of experience. They can't, like, of course they don't know that they like it more because they can't afford it. That's the reason.
Boy, Wyatt Cheng, don't you guys have phones?
He was right.
Oh dear. Turns out he was a little bit prescient. But here's another aspect to it. It's how these kids engage with games. Here's a quote. They no longer identify as gamers. They identify as players of a specific game.
That's like World of Warcraft.
That games are a medium that they like, it's that they play Roblox or they play Fortnite. So directionally, based on the real trends that we're seeing, the future.
That's kind of a pretty big difference. I mean, I guess for me and a lot of WoW players probably also that were stuck inside the cave, this is something that, you know, isn't really that surprising because there's a lot of WoW players that are not gamers. They just simply play WoW and that's it.
Future of gaming looks like it's people who are fans of one game.
That's right.
That probably play it on
like a
phone,
meta game,
which is a bit weird. I don't like it, and it raises a big question. What does it mean for people who prefer what I'll just call traditional gaming experiences? Maybe people like you and me.
Yes.
Okay, so in our last video, we looked at gaming's past and compared
Who's gaming
to now.
for?
And we talked about the 1983 game.
Retarded kids that can't control their impulses that will spend money irresponsibly. That's who gaming's for. Everybody knows this.
Game crash that leveled the American games industry. It set so many standards for where we are now, but there was a side effect that we didn't talk about, and it's one that's key to gaming's future. You see, when games resurged in America post-1980s game crash, they were sold as toys for children.
Right.
And that decided the marketing for like the next 40 years. The medium literally grew up alongside its audience. You had Rob the Robot marketed to young boys. Then came G4, Tony Hawk, Call of Duty for the cool teenagers. I was a cool teenager,
Absolutely.
Totally. No, I wasn't. Now, of course,
I was, and I had Halo, and we had Tony Hawk, and we had all the wrestling games. We had Dragon Ball Z. We had Soul Calibur. We had Super Smash Brothers. We had fucking everything, and it was awesome, bro. It was so good.
Well, we've got cinematic sad dad games. Like
I'm so sick of The Last of Us has done irreparable damage to the gaming industry. It made every fucking annoying, pretentious theater kid that makes video games think that they can be a fucking Hollywood director. It's so annoying. You're not Kojima. Pack it the fuck up, you annoying fat millennial, and just make a video game like Fall Guys and shut the fuck up.
Last of Us. Yeah, it's grown up with us. I'd
That's
absolutely
it.
say gaming has always been for everyone. Anyone can pick up a game. A Nintendo game is an example.
Not really, though.
But the culture and the marketing, not so much. It has been targeted. And I want you to think
Yes.
about Battlefield 6 and how it just got revealed. Because they unironically played Limp Bizkit. Yeah, Limp Bizkit. So, go take your medicine if you've remembered this track.
Yeah.
And it does kind of show us something. The
1999.
culture and marketing around the game industry hasn't changed with technology. They haven't changed with demographics.
They tried. They tried for a long time to market video games to, quote, everyone and to go after modern audiences. But what they realized is that there aren't any. And the real audiences of a military tactical shooter where you run around and kill other people with guns, in fact, turns out to be a majority men. That's right. It's mostly guys.
Of 2025,
who could have guessed?
They will not be impressed by Limp Bizkit selling a game.
Yes.
In the way that maybe the target audience of Battlefield 6
Absolutely.
will feel nostalgic. Especially one that needs a $600 console.
That's crazy.
And why would they be? They have thousands of experiences on their phones. Experiences that are, to them, just as entertaining. Or, should I say, to their brain chemistry and systems are just as engaging.
Yes.
Personally, I think there's something to be said for the depth of an experience. But basically, that's what
I think that little kids can't process a complex game because they're little kids. Like, if you're 8 years old, you're going to want to play Roblox because it's McDonald's content. There's nothing really to it. It's super simple. There's one button for everything, and it's really easy to understand. And the thing is that when I was a little kid, I had trouble figuring out, like, Final Fantasy 3 and 4. Like, I couldn't do that. And so, like, over time, as you get older, you kind of evolve and you play better games. And I think that's what happens with everything.
Think games can and should be. And now we've got data, we've got stats to back it up. And, well, take your Vicodin, because this is kind of going to hurt. IGN's State of Gaming report frames this as a generational shift.
What?
And it does go along with a lot of other data that we've seen. Essentially, Gen X and millennials think of gaming in terms of platform loyalty. That's, the 70s through to the 90s generations. So basically, most of the people watching this video, at least per the demographics I see on YouTube, we're no strangers to tribalism in gaming. That's why we, have a console war or a PC master race.
Yeah.
But distinctions between platforms are, of course, completely breaking down. We see that. I mean, the need for
I think that the platform wars ended like 4 years ago. And I think that at this point, they're basically dead. Xbox threw in the towel, and it's better for everyone. Hopefully, Nintendo will eventually follow suit. That would be amazing. I don't think they ever will. But I do hope that one day it happens. I feel like console wars are dead, man. They've been dead.
Platform is kind of disappearing. We see that in cross.
There's like 3 fat 40-year-old men that are on Twitter that are continuing it. It's like, in like World War II, there was like a soldier that didn't know that World War II was over until like 1970 something. And so like they came and told him, he's like, wait, bro, like it's done. And he's like, oh shit, they're like that guy.
Platform games. But younger generations simply do not engage in the same way whatsoever. Here's some stats to make that make sense. 93% of under 13s prefer playing games on their phone. So that's the 2000s to 2010s.
Because they haven't experienced a PC. They don't know what it's like. That's the reason why they don't get it yet. And also, they're under 13. Their brain can't understand a complex video game because they're stupid. You have to understand that, like, kids nowadays, like, their brains are probably smaller. And even if they're not physically smaller, they're like, like, functionally smaller. Like, kids nowadays, like, you got to understand, like, they're really stupid. Like, it's bad. Like, they're really, really dumb. And like, you think about it, right? They grew up on Cocomelon. They evolve into Roblox. They have like weirdos talking to them at Roblox. They're 9 years old. Oh, they never move around, so they can't even like walk upstairs. This is real. Look it up. And then, you know, they're like 10 years old, 11 years old. They start doing Galaxy Gas. They forget how to write their name that they learned at 9 years old. And then by the time they get into high school, they can't even do math. Like, no, kids are like, I don't think people understand how bad it is. Like, yeah, then they're on TikTok trying to do dances and be a Fortnite influencer. They've got TTV next to their name or YouTube next to their name, trying to like stream snipe iShowSpeed and like be the next famous person. And like this, no, I'm serious. Like, that's what's going on here. It's really bad, bro. It's so bad. I don't even blame the kids. They don't know what they're missing. That's the problem.
Generation. The cooked generation. Only 15% prefer a core PC.
Yes.
Which, of course, is very sad. And by PC, it's probably a laptop. Even 32% of millennials now prefer playing on phones. I have to wonder if it's because
they're just fat and old and they can't handle PC games anymore. That's not really a surprise.
Well, the torment nexus that is called the world has cooked all of our brains to the point where that's really all that we can latch on to, you know, convenience.
I think also another big reason is that millennials, and this is what happens with older people in general, is that complex video games, something like World of Warcraft or something like Expedition 33, for example, these are video games that require a tremendous amount of like mental like decision making and awareness. And as a person gets older or as a person is younger, both of these segments are just simply not interested in that. The young people can't process it, and the older people don't want to because they're busy. And so really you have this middle ground of like people from, I would say, ages like 12 to like 30 to like 40, right? And like they're the ones that are really, you're making those like complex video games for. Those are the ones that really care about that. And I've realized this as myself, because I think to myself, like, how did I feel about myself like when I was 21, 22 years old playing video games? Being good at video games was one of the most important things to me. Being able to accomplish goals in video games mattered more than almost anything else. Like, I would sacrifice almost anything in order to get more time playing video games. But then as I got older and as my life changed and as I just did that over a period of time and I gained those achievements, you know, in both real life achievements and also in game achievements, I simply lost that momentum. I don't care. I don't care as much anymore. Like, oh, you're bad at the game. Yeah. Like, it's not even something I really think about. It's not a big deal. You know, taste change over time. Yeah, it's just a game. At the end of the day, it really is just a game. You lost that dog in you?
For those numbers in the 80s.
I don't have that competitive drive. I don't have the reason like, oh, I want to farm this game 12 hours a day anymore. Like, that's not an impulse that I feel anymore. And I think that there's a lot of people that are around my age that are the same way. Like, you know, a lot of my friends, like, they're already married and have kids and everything. And even if they wanted to get back into World of Warcraft, they just wouldn't really have the time to do it. So they stick to simpler games and things that they can still enjoy. They like gaming, but they just don't have the time to invest into a complex game. That's it. The payoff of farming games isn't there. Exactly, yeah. Like the payoff, and this is what happens, right? Is that when you're a young man, especially, there are very few things in your life that you can work towards and really get a genuine payoff that's tangible. So I think video games for young men are that outlet where they can really work towards a goal and achieve that goal systematically. And as young men get older, they obviously achieve more prominence in the workplace. They achieve more prominence socially. They hopefully achieve more prominence with getting a girlfriend, etc. And the desire and the need to fulfill that desire through a video game diminishes because it's being fulfilled elsewhere. And I think that's a good thing. But that's, I think, the reason why a lot of people, at least my age and older, are moving away from competitive gaming experiences and hardcore farming game experiences. That's the reason why.
In the 90s, well,
that's what I think.
That's what those people have grown up with. Now, this graph from Matthew Ball's State of Gaming report does help to explain everything as well. Let's look at Roblox as a case study, which of course does mean content warning. Get ready for some real goddamn sheer horror. Roblox has existed since 2007. That was the first full year of the Xbox 360,
I didn't know that.
PS3, and the Wii. But it didn't take off properly
I thought
until
it came out in
2016. It didn't really explode until an audience fluid in tablets began playing. And then the pandemic kind of changed everything. Mobile play massively increased. But here's the key difference. Unlike the rest of the industry post-pandemic, Roblox kept growing. Yeah, so you know the way we talk about the games crash and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that happened in some places. But Roblox, it's the one place where those trends actually held. And it's outperforming everything.
Well, that's because Roblox won the metaverse race without even playing. That's what I think is really funny. Roblox became a metaverse without even trying. And they beat out Google, they beat out Meta, they beat out Amazon, they beat out everyone.
Crazy. Grow a Garden has the highest concurrent user base ever of a game, with 21.3 million players. It was made by a 16-year-old in 3 days.
Keep in mind, that's like if my red number right now, instead of saying 40,000 or whatever it said 22 million. Okay? That's concurrent. That's not followers. That's not subscribers. That's not people that watched it today. That's people that are online at that exact moment. That's the red number.
So, you know, compare your multi-hundred staff AAA studio to a 16-year-old in 3 days and feel sad.
You got.
And that might sound alarming. It is alarming. Is this where gaming's going? I mean, we're already seeing Sega and Starbreeze licensing official games in Roblox.
Yep.
Like a Dragon, Payday, those are in Roblox. You could think the industry will coalesce into platform agnostic mega games, that kids will grow up with them as basically second homes, and that those will wipe out everything else. And I get the fear, and I know why the fear-mongering can work. And there are some things to be afraid of.
I don't think it's going to happen, honestly. I mean, kids, like, again, like, it's a game made for kids. I mean, kids that grow up with Power Rangers don't want to watch Power Rangers for their whole life. I mean, there's nostalgia for it, for sure. But, you know, interests evolve as kids grow older.
But the thing is, that's already how the games industry works. And I'd say we're already feeling some of the downsides. So what if I told you that Call of Duty and Counter-Strike are basically just Roblox, but for boomers? I don't know why I'm saying Call of Duty and boomers. Let's say Counter-Strike. Yeah. CS is boomer Roblox. Now, it literally isn't in many ways, but what it is a mono game. Because for many of those people, that
just
may as well be the only game that they play.
Well, I mean, World of Warcraft, okay.
Our other channel, I cover a lot of World of Warcraft because it unfortunately got its claws into me when I was young, and now I can't escape. And to many people, World of Warcraft is basically the only game they need, the only thing they play.
Exactly. That's like, for a long time, the only game I played was World of Warcraft, and I played it for over 8 hours every single day. And I did that for years, thousands of hours.
Now, every month, we get a new report from Circana. right? This is their engagement report. And every month, what do we see? We see the same 10 games report the highest player counts. Console and PC space. Now, sometimes a cool indie like Peak will punch through, especially in PC. And looking at Matthew Ball's work, he has found the same pattern since 2021, where on PC, 5 games make up 30% of total playtime.
This is true with everything. Like, it is. It's true with everything. Like, it's the same with revenue. It's the same with economy size, with countries. Generally, almost everything trends towards extremes, where the largest amount of something is consolidated around a very small percentage of whatever is holding on to it. Movies, books, shows, stocks, the Pareto principle. I think it's even, this is something, it's like, what's that thing, that golden fucking, like, I think it was like Michelangelo or Da Vinci, that like the spiral thing. I unironically think that is the numerical version of the golden ratio. For motion. Yeah, exactly. This is the numerical version because it manifests in almost every single type of data and information.
Games are COD, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, League, and Minecraft. The top 10 games, those eat up 50% of playtime on average. What that essentially means is massive concentration. But on consoles, things are even more concentrated. It takes just the top 5 games to hit 50% of total playtime. Those are COD, FIFA/EAFC, Fortnite, GTA, and NBA 2K. The top 10 reach 60% of playtime. So where does everyone else live? The answer is in the margins.
They're in the slums.
What is that number? This will shock you. That is the total playtime.
By the way, you want to know another place this is very similar to is Twitch. Twitch is like this as well. Think about it. Like, you go and you look at the viewership on Twitch, almost everybody is watching the big streams, and then meanwhile, you have just a handful of people that are getting all of the views.
For newly released games in 2023. It was a good year. Just 4 games took half of that 6.5%, which were Baldur's Gate, Starfield, Diablo 4, and
what the fuck?
And Hogwarts Legacy. There's strong games in there, yet only 6.5%. Why? Well, it's because only so many people are willing to play those new games. Because much like the kid who only plays Roblox, or maybe the teen who only plays Fortnite, for a lot of people, they only play COD. They only play EA.
Again, this is, I bet boomers probably said, or Gen Xers said this about millennials with WoW. This is just their version of World of Warcraft or Halo. Like, there were mono games 20 years ago too. Like CS.
They only play CS. And Yuzu's 2025 report shows something that's also interesting. The number of people playing just 1 to 3 games per year has actually increased consistently.
Do you want to know why? It's number one because video games, like what a lot of games try to do is they try to have different reasons for you to log on and play. And so, like, for example, like, you know, WoW has pet battles. They have PvP. They're going to have housing in a new expansion. They have raiding, dungeons, mount farming. And so even if you don't want to play the core game loop, there are other things that you can do inside of the game that keep you engaged inside of the general ecosystem. Gacha games have this as well. Like if you've played Honkai Star Rail, if you've played Genshin Impact, if you've played Wuthering Waves, you'd know this, or Zenless Zone Zero. There's always these little puzzle games, these little bullshit, events that you do. And the reason why they do that is they want to keep you inside of the ecosystem of the game. Una Musume? Yeah, exactly, right? And so they keep them, talking about adults or kids or who? With everybody. And also, here's another reason, is that more and more video games are becoming more complex and more metagamed. And like, for example, it's very hard for a person to maintain consistency playing multiple competitive games unless that's all they do, or they're just really talented, or, you know, for whatever reason, they used to be a pro player, but now they're not. So they have like a proclivity for it. In general, keeping up with metagames has become harder and harder and harder over time. And so what's happened is that people have just consolidated around playing a handful of games or just one game, because that way they can just keep up with that one singular game and they don't feel like they're behind. You add that together with the amount of daily quests and retention mechanics that every video game seemingly has now, at least every online live service game, and you have people that are just constantly playing the same exact thing. And like you see this also like with Twitch. How many of you guys know like a League streamer or a WoW streamer or a CS streamer that if they play any other game, their viewership goes down by like 90%? It's into the shitter. Absolute garbage. You guys have seen this? Yep, there you go. And that's what happens. Yep, Overwatch 2. Yep, that's another one. Of course.
Over 4 years.
It's hard.
That's across Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox. And the times where people do play more games, those are just when AAAs have a bad year. And that is the closest correlation they've found. Of that 1 to 3 game group in Steam, the majority play Counter-Strike, 37%, or Dota, 10%. So even then, it's still very much a case of mega games. And what we see here is it's not just the kids.
Yeah.
No, it's actually the way.
And this is also like, I'm going to talk about a second order effect of this. This is why people are so tribalistic about their gacha games. This is why there's so many fights over Genshin Impact being better than Wuthering Waves, or whether this or that gacha game is dying. It's because people invest all of their time into these games, and they don't want to have their waifus dissipate into the void. That's the reason why. They're terrified of that. And that could also happen to World of Warcraft, because eventually World of Warcraft will probably go into a maintenance mode. I don't think they're ever going to shut down the servers. Realistically, in our timeline, they're probably never going to shut down the servers. They're going to keep them up forever. But the point is that even that being said, WoW players have hating WoW being cesspool. Yeah, of course, right? But they don't want to lose that. And all of that time and all of that investment. And that's why people are so tribalistic about video games. It's because they've invested so much into them.
Multiple industries within the games industry have went. Most players have their game. They might try something else. But they very often don't. And the numbers back it up. Now think about kids playing games on their phones, or teens playing games on their phones. What does that mean for the next generation? What does that mean for people who, according to this research, do play a lot of games and are responsible for, well, at least in Roblox, one of the things that's holding up game industry growth, like literally pretty much the only thing that has continued the COVID trends that all the investor types hope for. Well, those people don't think of themselves as gamers. So what does that mean for the next generation of games? You may have heard of the now departed investing legend Charlie Munger. One of his good lines is, "Show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome." And what these reports show us is that the incentives are changing because the audiences are changing. Companies that need a larger audience will need to meet people where they are. We're seeing that games like Genshin and Infinity Nikki look like Ubisoft-style mega games, but they're launching across console, PC, and phone. Where wins me?
Most games have to be phone compatible now, and I think you're going to see this happen more and more. I also don't think this is necessarily a bad thing as long as the gameplay isn't diminished. If you keep in mind that a lot of the games that we grew up playing, things like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, you know, like I've recently was playing Hollow Knight, like many of the games that we played growing up could be played on mobile easily. So let's not act like, oh, you have to have a PC to play a good game. There's plenty of simplistic games that were playable back then. So you said this, I have, and I've been saying this for a while. It's very obvious. And then the other big reason why is that, and this is something that I'm sure Bellio will probably discuss, maybe he won't, is that this is also a very regional trend. So, for example, in China, mobile gaming is much more prevalent than PC gaming comparatively to the West here. And it's also true in South America, because over there, a lot of them have phones, but few of them have gaming PCs. And because of that, and also like, and then it cuts into like, for example, like a work transit culture. Like, for example, like in China, it's much more common for people to use public transportation. And when they're using public transportation, they're able to sit there on their phone and play a video game. That doesn't really work culturally here in America because most people have cars. So over there, you're going to have a totally different like subset of people and a different set of desires, right? And so what's happening now is that you're seeing a convergence of phone games and also PC games. And I think this is a good thing, by the way. It is a good thing because I feel like a lot of PC games are getting into this like graphical, oh yeah, if you look at the hair on this guy's head and you can see that like, oh, well, like 3 of them are gray and this is the reason why you need to buy a new $4,000 computer. Yeah, I don't think so, guys. I don't think so. So you're basically hitting a, we've hit, I think, a graphical, like, kind of diminishing return. And you're seeing that now with Where Winds Meet. This game's going to be playable on phone, and it looks pretty fucking good, I would say.
It does the same. That is the new priority.
Yeah.
And it's why PlayStation and Xbox both chase subscription models. Different approaches, but same goal. These audiences expect instant access to huge libraries of games, not individual purchases. And this trickles down into design decisions. Take a look at EA's releases this year. Battlefield and Skate are effectively franchise revivals. They are legacy games coming back for an aging audience who love them, along with some limp biscuit to handle the marketing. But they're different. And honestly, in an exciting way, because they are both launching with user-generated content tools. Often I think of UGC and I think of some bizarre skibbity situation with a lot of very vibrant colors that makes me feel old and confused happening in Roblox.
I did that.
Well, what does UGC mean for something like Battlefield? I'll tell you what it means. Extremely impressive shit, at least based on what we've seen from BF6.
I think user-generated content is super important, and like, I mean, really, you can go back as far as Halo 2 custom lobbies. I mean, at least for me, right? I mean, I think that that's an obvious no-brainer that people would want to play that, of course.
So it could very much be that those dynamics work for the audiences
the Gmod,
of those
definitely.
games, and that if done right, those games could see growth in a similar-ish way. And there is some precedent as well. It's a little thing that we call the modding culture of PC gaming, right? Pretty big.
This is one thing that's kept Elden Ring alive. One of the big reasons is that a lot, and also Baldur's Gate 3, is that a lot of people just play mods of the game. And so that way it keeps the game relevant. It keeps people playing it because they're playing different versions of it. Skyrim, I think Skyrim's a better example than either of the ones that I gave, actually. You're right. That's a great example.
So this time it's framed through Roblox's horrifically predatory ecosystem. One that uses kids to generate infinite revenue. Yeah, moral issues very much exist.
I mean, child labor, there's a reason why they had to make it against the law. It's because people were doing it, and it worked. It worked really well.
God damn, what a business model. Turns out just child labor, that's where it was at all the time. Child labor, parents' money.
I was trying to tell you guys this.
Could go wrong. Now this demographic change opens audiences up to new sorts of experiences. These kids find new modes daily. They play new games daily within their Roblox. Maybe to them, they have an incredibly diverse gaming library and are playing new things absolutely all of the time, in a way that you or I maybe don't, because firing up a new indie game, learning a bunch of new systems and all of that legit just takes brain effort. I mean, for a simple...
exactly. And I think that's another thing, is that a lot of people, like, there's a systems fatigue and a complexity fatigue that I think a lot of people have. And there's always going to be video games that are enjoyed for their complexity, but there's also a lot of people that don't enjoy them for that reason. Like, whenever I play a game and I open up a menu or I loot an item and it says 1 out of 500, I'm like, oh, fuck, right, it's going to be one of these. And, like, that definitely fucking tires me out, just the brain capacity going down. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want to deal with that. Like, I don't want to learn all of this new stuff to play a video game I'm going to beat in 10 hours. Like, it's just... And I think that people, like, right now, especially, as, like, you know, the way that people do jobs has changed, the way that people interface with making money changes. Like, there's so much complexity in life nowadays that video games that have that complexity built into them, I think they're working against themselves.
Example, it's no wonder that systemic, experience-driven games like Peak or Lethal Company take off and then get microtransaction-filled clones in Roblox.
That's right.
Get that parrot money. But certain games simply don't matter to this changing audience. Because so far in this video, we've not talked about linear single-player narrative games, which so far do seem to be limited to sad dad games. They just aren't in the equation here. Even though I wager...
Well, I think that the problem with linear single-player games is that a lot of them are trash. Like, so Expedition 33 proves any sort of idea that linear single-player games are dying out. It just immediately deletes that argument, right? The problem is that a lot of these linear single-player video games are just garbage. They're written by theater kids that couldn't get a job anywhere legitimate, so they're making a shitty video game. A lot of them have, like, weird politics in them that doesn't really resonate with any audience except for the people writing it. And also the gameplay is below average, and the story is expected to make up for it, but the story is also below average, so you just end up with a game that's not very good. That's really what the problem is with a lot of these story-based games. That's it.
Those are the games that most people watching this channel care about quite a bit indeed. That might be a shocking thing, but it might be the best thing for the games that you love. Okay, think of this. The highest rated network broadcast of 2024 was Tracker. It got 11.34 million views. High Potential and Matlock Revival followed, all exceeded 15 million viewers. Massive successes. But the market is so big that you may not know about them. I literally did not know about any of those things.
Yeah, I don't even know what those are.
I came upon doing this video.
Yeah.
Now, those shows massively outperformed Emmy-winning things like Shogun, The Bear, The Traders, Hacks.
I don't even know what Tracker
and all of those
is.
were outperformed by Squid Game and Netflix, which itself was outperformed by TikTok and social media. But it doesn't mean those experiences are being wiped out, and I think that's where we're getting to in games. When great games release, they aren't trying to appeal to everyone. They are absolutely maxing what they should be as a game for their people. And if that is so good, it can expand its audience, then we see these games grow, and very often grow massively.
Yeah, you saw this with Elden Ring, you saw it with Baldur's Gate 3, and you saw it recently with Expedition 33. Really good AAA games will succeed and will have transcendent success and cultural relevance. But the reality is that the majority of these AAA games are horrible. Like, you know, a great example of this is Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's just a shitty game. That's really all it comes down to. It's just a shitty game. Everything about it is shitty. Like, I guess the graphics are good, but besides that, it's just bad. And so why would somebody go and play that? Why would a kid want to play that game that's slow? And this is another big issue, is that video games are, and this is a big problem that I have, a lot of video games aren't video games anymore. They're like this weird life simulator story thing, and you're not actively doing anything. It's one of the reasons why I really appreciate games like Dark Souls or games like I've been playing Hollow Knight or Blasphemous. Like yeah, they're interactive films. I don't want to see if I want to just. I grew up playing Super Nintendo. Like, I just want to start up. Okay, all right, so I'm right here, and then I got to go over there. I got to kill. Okay, so yeah, all right, we'll go get him, and that's it. It's that simple. I love simulators. Yeah, I love Sekiro for not drowning in story. Exactly. Yeah, story I think is good, but you need to have a good balance between the two. And I think that some games, and this is especially true with the beginning of games. Like, this is true with, like, Genshin or Star Rail or, like, gacha games all have this, where it's like the first 2 hours of this video game is an exposition where you're expected to learn 30 new proper nouns, 10 different terms, 3 different functionalities in the history of this world that you just learned about 30 minutes ago, 3 generations of it. And it's like, what the fuck is this? What are we doing here? I don't understand any of this. What's going on? It's overwhelming. You know, it's like Persona 5X is more simple. Maybe, right? Let me play. Yeah, let me play the game. And I think that there's a lot of single-player games that do not let you just play the game. It's a huge problem.
Viral network effects dynamics, like, say, with Lethal Company. And thinking of critical and public consensus, Expedition 33 is incredible. It is a top runner for Game of the Year. But if you
no, it's not. It's Game of the Year. It's nothing else is even remotely close. It's what are we doing?
Selling Games of the Year and top engagement charts, you won't see Expedition 33. It is in there. 1 in 20 players on Steam or Xbox played Expedition 33 at launch, according to Circana, slightly fewer in PlayStation. But what we've learned is the market may be expanding and changing, but even now, in an industry that rewards big games and entrenched audiences, those games can still be made. They can still be enjoyed, and that is what matters. And I think the biggest lesson of all of these is that execution matters and that focus matters. Expedition 33 is everything you would want, with nothing that you would not want for a game like that. It is not a bloated
so Belluar always had one of my favorite metaphors of all time when he was explaining World of Warcraft. It was the dick in the salad metaphor. Every single time Blizzard would add in a system, it would be great, but there would be some glaring, obvious problem with it. And that's the dick in the salad. And everybody would be saying to Blizzard, just get the dick out of the salad. Stop giving us salads with dicks in it. And Blizzard would say, well, you can eat around the dick. Well, it doesn't taste that bad. Or, oh, well, just don't look at it if you don't have to. Or, well, you know, that's okay. You can just not eat the salad. But everybody was always just asking, no dick in the salad. And I think that so many video games, and this is especially true with live service video games, have these engagement mechanisms that are designed almost like antagonistically against the player. They're designed to just waste your fucking time. Like, it's, oh my God, like there's something, like I'm trying to think of a good example, like the corruption vendor in Battle for Azeroth, the rotation of selling the items. Like, what else? The amount of things that you can do per day in a gacha game. Stamina in every gacha game. This is a dick in the salad situation. Adding in new relic sets in Honkai Star Rail that are effectively the same thing as the old ones, but the stats are slightly better. So now you have to refarm the same stuff. More dicks in the salad. Like island grinding. Yes, always dicks in the salad. Dicks, dicks, dicks. People don't want dicks in their salad. And that's the reason why Expedition 33 was so successful, is that a lot of video games put dicks in the salad and people don't want it. That's it. No, I'm serious.
scrambling mess, saddled by having to find meaningful work for a production crew of 300 people. And funnily enough, that might mean
respec restrictions.
And that there is
exactly, like restrictions on respecing your character. Why does that exist? It's a dick in the salad. That's the reason why. Fuck you. That's the reason why.
And funnily enough, that might mean that it's well executed and that there is strong focus.
That's right.
I think that that is going to be the way forward for the sorts of games that many of us would be afraid we're going to stop seeing.
Yeah,
now in this video, you've learned
happen.
how the gaming market is changing. The demographics have completely shifted. Even how people identify within games has completely changed. And combined with the layoffs, may have you thinking there's a big old game crash around the corner. If you want to learn about that, watch this video.
I don't think there's a game crash. I don't think so. I could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, maybe there is. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, maybe there's gonna be a big game crash. This is a good video from Bellior. Yeah, I think this is a good video too. I'm sad to see all the video gamers and, you know, the kids nowadays that are going to mobile games, but I'm also not surprised. Like, I remember whenever I was a little kid, I had no intention of playing a game like EverQuest because it just seemed slow, complicated, and boring. Like, I would much rather play Halo because it was direct, it's fast, it's kinetic, you can easily understand